Oh. Well, guys, we're going to get to the first set very soon. I know you guys will be able to take us through when each set comes out onto the track and just provide some commentary, tell some stories. It'll be a great morning, very entertaining. I'll come in at different times throughout the morning to chime in with hopefully some comments. I know we'll be on the ground there in Campbellville and hopefully be able to catch up with some of the drivers that'll sit behind these babies, and we can just get some comments, pick their brains a little, find out a little more. We do have some giveaways. We've also got a couple special interviews coming up as well. So there's lots to look forward to. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's time to get down to business here with the 2020 The Stable Open House.
Hi, I'm Frank Reed. This is my wife Daphne. We're from LaSalle, Ontario, and we'd like to wish a very Merry Christmas to everyone at the stable.
We'd also like to give a special shout out to the care team of Walk on the Moon and Tipsy and Dixie. They gave us a very exciting 2020.
And we're hoping for another exciting year next year with our new yearling.
And also our 2-year-olds that will become 3.
3. Yeah.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Hey, everyone. I'm Davey Boughton, caretaker here at thestable.ca. This is World for 2. We just wanted to take a second to say a thank you to all the clients of the stable, especially one certain individual, Henry Strong. Thank you, Henry, for everything you do for all of us here at thestable.ca. Your kindness does not go unnoticed, and your text messages are always appreciated. What do you think, Roman? Let's end this with a Merry Christmas, everybody.
I'm all set. Yeah, I'm all set down here in Charlottetown.
I'm good. Okay. It's a great day up here, Fred. It's chilly-wise, but at least we got the sun out for a change. Cool, but great day for a drone, I think. No wind blowing it around.
Yeah, I had a laugh. The last time we were up there, Billy, it was extremely cold. Extremely cold. I don't know what it was. It seemed like about a minus 30. But anyway, I'm looking. I had a look at the first call here, Billy. Almost there, boss. And boy, the Maritimers going to love. I bet you there's Maritime shareholders in this fella. This is out of a sister to the probably one of the best 2-year-olds, maybe the best 2-year-old ever to come out of the Maritimes is Woodmere Steel Deal. He won here in Charlottetown in 54-1. And I would say when you always compare them to yesterday and the days when we were growing up, and Webby said Wild Chance and Amberjack and horses like that, but this horse win here this year in Charlottetown at 54-1. And the first one in the sale, almost there, boss, is by Sunshine Beach, out of a sister to Woodmere Steel Deal. I'm sorry, out of a sister to Steelhead Hanover, who's a sire of Woodmere Steel Deal. So anyway, a lot of Maritimers going to like this go.
I think the Steel Deal, he's on his way up here, I think, Woodmere Steel Deal, right? I think he's coming up to for the series as this winner here. And they have great aspirations for him. I talked to Jeff Lilly there 10 days ago or so, and he was getting ready to send him up and hopefully even keep him eligible to the North America Cup and all the big races up here.
Oh, you're talking about Jeff Lilly. She's got a malicious colt. What's
Yeah,
his
is that
name
him?
here
That's
now?
not.
He
The, is
raced
that
here
not
this
the
year.
one? Oh, that's a different
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
Oh, that's a different one.
Yeah,
went-
your old pal there down in Sackville Downs today, Angus Dory. Isn't he? Kevin Dory owns
Yeah.
a Woodmere Steel Deal. The other colt that Jeff Lilly
Okay.
owns, he's a spectacular, malicious colt. He went here this year as well in 54-1, but nobody could beat Woodmere Steel Deal. But yeah, I
Is that
didn't
the
know
one
Jeff
Danny
Lilly's
Romo
colt's
trained?
going up there. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the one. Your old
Yeah.
pal Danny Romo.
Yeah. Yeah.
And did a
that's pretty
spectacular
nice horse,
job
right?
with him, I may. Yeah, 54-1. Roma or Jeff Lilly's called chased him all year, and he got to within a half a length of him a couple of times, but couldn't beat him. But nevertheless, a tremendous colt. There's no two ways about it.
Oh, good. The breed gets better everywhere, right? They just they come from everywhere. So
It's unreal.
you don't have
it's
to
unreal.
shop
Now look
in
at the
the-
number 2.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's hard to believe that colt could. There's a lot of nice colts down here. Clarkie Smith had a nice 2-year-old down here about a rock and roll dance, and he went in 58. But the other two guys were going in 54-1 and 54-1 over a half-mile track. Pretty big mile. It's impressive mile. So guys like Bruce Wood was Steel Hen Hanover passed away last year. So Bruce Wood, the owner of Woodmere Farms, he went looking for another better light, and he got a real nice horse, made around $800,000, got him out of Ohio. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Here's number 2, Billy. Better be Sawyer, better than Cheddar. You might comment a little on him.
Yeah. This is a great Ontario family here down below there, Dean for Eternal. I mean, nobody has to introduce her to anybody. I don't think was a great mare here, and she made $2.5 million. And better than Cheddar, he's really he's done well, that horse. And I think this year, probably these are much better mares than he had the first couple of years, and he's really he's produced, and I'm sure that he will continue to do so. It's kind of a nice looking colt, this colt.
Now the one on the screen is Confederate Cruiser. They're a little bit ahead of. We're a little bit behind her. They're a little bit ahead, one or the other. So we'll have to take a look at this.
Right.
Confederate Cruiser, a Yankee Cruiser. He's a higher-bred horse. All the shares are sold out in him. The dam is 2 for 2. So we go from there. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
No.
Number 3, Bill, is that Century Invictus. It's a Better's Delight.
Yeah.
Wow, look at the family. You probably are well aware of most of them. In fact, I would say, Billy, you probably drove something from every horse from the pedigree and every horse that's out there today, every yearling. I took a quick look through a lot of them.
Go back far.
Well, we're not going
back far
to
enough.
the 60s.
Yeah. Well, no, we're getting there. I was looking at the 80s. I see the 80s here was Nihilator. Happy Sharon. Right.
Here's another one. Peanut butter, Billy, peanut butter and jelly. Another Better's Delight.
Yeah.
Another Better's Delight.
You can breed him to any type of mare. If she's got a uterus and can carry a foal, she'll have a good horse by him here and Australia both, right? I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unreal. What a sire. He's probably the greatest sire of all time, I think, that horse. And he breeds them both hemispheres and does tremendous.
It's hard to imagine every time you see one of them, either Better's Delight and even Better than Cheddar. He's one of the sons. They're going to throw speed. I remember Better than Cheddar slipped through to beat Dave Miller at the wire with the roll with Joe. I think it was a Breeders' Crown there in Toronto. So wicked speed, and who knows, when you get one of those, who knows what's going to show up.
Speed on speed. That's the name of the game, right?
Here's another one, Billy. Whirl for 2, as I said, a rockin'. Wow, you probably had a bunch of these too. A rock and roll dance. I'm looking at the first dam, 11 fold, 7 winners. There's a no nuke second dam, 9 fold, 7 winners, lots of money. So, as Art Zubrod used to say to me, he said, when looking at stallions, he said, "Show me the money."
That's right. This second dam here, Nukissa. She's a dam of Holding Court, and Holding Court was an open mare up here. She raced in Quebec most of her life, but she ended up over here in Toronto. And what a good mare she was too. Gorgeous big mare. Mark Ford raced her up here towards the end of her career. So there you go. There's lots of breeding there. Lots of money there too. There is money on the cards on these horses too.
I think that's set number. That's the group for set number 1. So we'll wait and see. Anyway, yeah, Jeff Lilly. Jeff, you were talking to Jeff Lilly, were you?
Yeah, a couple times, yeah. Yeah,
you were talking to Jeff.
He's cool. Yeah, I was. Yeah, I talked to him a couple times there, 10 days ago or so.
Yeah, he's some kind of colt.
Yeah, I think Richard Moreau's got him or getting him, I think. And I see his mare there, Bet him Jackie. She just won the other day over at the Meadows. I don't know if Jeff sold her or not, but I see where she won.
Which horse was that?
From the Meadows the other. Bet him Jackie.
Oh yes,
Wasn't that his mare too? Yeah,
Jeff's got them.
Yeah.
That's one of his. We see Jeff around quite a bit. He's a frequent visitor here in Charlottetown. He's quite a player. He's quite a character, that's for sure.
Yeah. He breeds his own, I guess, right? He has a couple mares and breeds his own and had great luck with them the last few years, yeah.
Billy, he's got a mare there by Largo. And I think she's a dam of many of these, 2 or 3 of them ones that he had. But anyway, the mare's by Largo. And, Largo was a tremendous horse. I mean, they had at Blue Bonnets one time, they used to have the Parade of Champions, and they had all the stallions in the Quebec circuit, and they showcased him underneath the grandstand. And he was there. What a handsome horse he was. Mm-hmm. I think Marcel. I think Marcel and Wally and them had him up in Montreal.
Could have.
Anyway,
he ended
Jeff,
up with.
Oh, by the way, your old pal Wally McGinnis sends along your regards. I was talking to him yesterday, and I told him I was going to be on with you, and he said to make sure to say hello.
Yeah, tell him I said hi. He's doing okay?
Well, yeah, he's doing okay. He walks all the time, Billy. He's in great shape, and he looks every day when he gets up. He looks at the guardian, he looks at the bits, and then he walks a little bit further.
Right, exactly. Good news today. I'm not there.
We've seen so many in the last little while. I meant to ask you a few questions before they go with this set about Joe DeFrank pass. I know you had to be great friends with her because you dominated the Meadowlands when he running it with the Meadowlands Base and the Woodrow Wilson, etc. A few words maybe sent out to people that may not have known him as well as you did.
Well, I always called him our guru, Joe, and he was the man behind racing at the Meadowlands, no question. And he was the only guy that we dealt with as horse people. If you had a problem, you went to Joe. If you needed something done, you went to Joe. If you had a question, you went to Joe. And he was always accessible. His door was open all the time. He let me in at the Meadowlands, allowed me to go in there. I applied for stalls at Roosevelt Raceway and went down with 15 sets of papers for the race secretary to look at. And they didn't want to let me drive there. So they said they had enough drivers there. So I kind of wanted to drive my own horses. So a friend of mine was with me, and I had to stop at the Meadowlands, and they were just open. It was in the winter. He had to take a set of papers in for a horse he had in the series. So I'm sitting in my truck, and they paid for a $10,000 or $12,000 New Jersey owner bred. And I'm thinking, I got one of those. So I take the papers in, introduce myself to Don DeAndrea, and they took them. I said, "Yep, I got lots." So he said, "Bring them in." So I go in. He said, "Go in and see Joe." He gave the papers to Joe, and I go in, and Joe was a very stern guy. He says, "Come in, shut the door." So I go, "Hi, I'm Bill O'Donnell." He goes, "I know who you are. Sit down." So he sat down. He let me race 9 horses there. I was so grateful that I had to shuttle them back and forth, and that's how I got started there with Joe. And the next year I applied for stalls, and he gave me stalls, and away I went.
Wow.
But he was great.
No
nonsense guy. No nonsense guy. What he told you, you could take to the bank. But but you better be honest and upfront with him. That's all. That would be my advice to anybody that was there. Don't BS him, because he didn't BS you. He didn't have time for stuff like that.
Isn't that something? Boy, oh boy! So what a loss for the game. Let's get back down to set number one. Who's in the front here? We got World for two. Is that? I'm not sure who's in the front. I
can't see it either. I got Curtis to set me up on the wall, but I'm about 15 feet away from it.
Confederate Cruisers in the front. That's the green. He's in the green, Curtis. No, that's.
Oh, the red, isn't it?
Okay, we'll just have to go.
Almost their boss. Then that
Almost
better
their
than
boss.
Oh
yeah. Okay, yeah. Better than Sawyer. Yeah, we got them straightened out now. I see. Century Vix is third on the outside.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Well, it's nice to see them going. There we go.
It's unbelievable that they can go along like that, at this stage of their life. I mean, they've only been going maybe a month and a half or so. It's they learn quick anymore. We used to walk them 3 weeks before we put them in the cart. Now you walk them 20 feet and put them in the cart. And it works. Maybe we should have been doing the same thing. You walk your feet off.
I was talking to Mark the other day, and he trained a couple for Ray Snitker, and I said, how much you been with them? And he said, I think around 15. I said, what? Yeah, 215. Yeah. He said, Ray likes to find out if they're going to be heavily staked or not. And I guess, hey, listen, he's in the Hall of Fame, so pretty sharp cookie. So maybe just walking for 3 weeks is maybe. Anyway,
Ray don't,
walking,
you know what?
They're not walking.
He does a good job. No.
Okay. You're all bunched in here. Like to see them get together.
There
Love
you
to
go.
see the babies out there training together.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They learn so much quicker, and they learn so much more. It's so hard when you don't have like a crop of them like this year. You got a bunch of them to do this with, and you bring them in to baby race them, and they're all over the place, and they're not gate broken. You're way behind the 8 ball. You're 2 months behind the people that do stuff like this here, right? With these young horses. That's you know what? It's fun for them. They're herd
these
animals,
are all learning
right? They like to be together.
Yeah. I went out to Ronnie Gassy yesterday, and I see the babies out there. None of them ever get sick. They're out all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, now where are we here? Is this Anthony coming here on the outside? Yes, it is. Whirl for two?
Yeah, whirl for two, yeah.
Whirl for two. That's the rock and roll. Your old pal, Clarky Smith.
Yeah,
remember Clarky? I told you. Clarky and Paul Hogan and them had a 2-year-old. Clarky says he's still kicking around. He's still training colts with Kenny Murphy and Cliff Murphy out in not far from Charlottetown.
Yeah. Great horseman, that guy. Great driver, too, Clark. He could drive with anybody. He could train horses with anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I can remember one night, Clarky was on front. I think it was one of the last races he drove in Charlottetown. He was on front, and the guy ran into Clarky from behind. And they set Clarky back. Right. Clarky said afterwards, I don't think I'll drive anymore.
No, really.
So here's Anthony. Anthony's shares available in this fellow. Whirl for two. He looks some good.
Yeah.
The rock and roll dance out of a life sign. Lots of money there. It's $400,000 winners in first dam. War of the Falls made over 100,000. So.
Yeah.
Who's here in the blue?
We got
Better be Sawyer. Better be.
Brody LeCain. There's a nice there's a new young fellow in the business. His dad, Scotty LeCain. He's from Truro. Everybody knows Scotty. This is his son, Brody. Yeah.
Well.
And he's probably, I'd say he's 18 maybe, Brody, 19. But you'll see lots of him.
Really? I see a young fella down there that works for Phil Paintney called Paul Langell. He's another good kid. He's He works for Phil Pinkney, so that's enough said there.
Yeah.
You're going to learn something. You work for Phil Pinkney, that's for sure. And your old pal Emmons McKay is still kicking around. I see he won the other night with what's this? I forget the name of the 3-year-old that he's got. Johnny Walker Deluxe. Can you imagine? Lovely name.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What are we getting from here now?
That's Anthony coming again. He gets shuffled back. Whoop! One on the run there, but that's how he learned to. That's how he learned to stay on the pace to get on the run. Oh, Anthony's back.
Anthony's
he's in the 2-hole.
Yeah, he's back third now.
See, these young guys, you have to put them behind you. You can't let them get on the front. They want to go too fast most of the time, right?
So is that young LeCain, did you say?
Yeah.
Brody LeCain?
Yeah, Brody, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Jesus, one of Anthony's. He does look good, this big guy, eh? Yeah.
Yep.
His dad works for Stacy, Mark's. That horse, that's the rock and roll dance, right? You said? What a great horse.
Yes.
No, they do a pretty good job.
You say,
they're done.
Scott. Yeah. Well, they're getting the first set in. Anthony like that now. Everything's working all right. Everything's A1. So, anyway. Oh, by the way, Billy, if you take a look at the monitor,
you don't think?
No, I'll show you later. You don't think what? Keep going.
You don't think Anthony was really concerned about this going smooth, do you?
No.
He's the idea man. He's the idea man. He texted me about 10 o'clock last night, and he says, "You all set for tomorrow?" That's right. He just wanted to make sure before he went to bed everything was in order.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. I traveled with him a couple times. Yeah, the phone rings from 5:30 in the morning on. When I stay at his place, I said, "What is going on?" The phones are ringing. He's on the phone talking to some owner from some God knows where he's from. Talk going on, and it never stops. It goes all day.
No.
But anyway.
Oh, yeah. And he never and he answers every call.
Yeah.
I've called him. And went to voicemail. I went, "Geez, he must be dead." So he called back about 5 and said, "Sorry, I was in the shower."
Yeah. Mark went down to a sale with him and spent 3 or 4 days with him. He couldn't do it. He said they walked in and they were doing an auction for charity, and he bought a stallion chair. And Mark said, "What would you be buying a stallion chair for?" And whatever it was, I can't remember what stallion it was. And anyway, Mark said he couldn't believe it. He said he picked up the phone and he said they got a couple of trotting mares up in Canada. So sure enough, they rounded up the money, and about a minute flat they had the share and everything else. So Mark couldn't believe it. He said he should be in Wall Street.
That's what I said to Curtis yesterday. He said, Anthony, I said he could run IBM. He's just that type of guy, right?
Well, a lot of people worry about things. I don't think Anthony worries too much. I don't think. Worked up.
He'd never get a heart attack. He wouldn't.
Yeah, that wife of his, Amy, I get a kick out of her. She's got to be the hardest working woman in harness racing.
Oh yeah, and got 3 kids to boot, right?
3 kids
Between
to boot.
The barn, the work there.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Anyway, another guy I want to talk about. Another guy. How about the racetrack? Scarborough closed down. Announced they're going to close. Did you remember a horse that Webby said called Amortizer Direct? Ruffin drove him. That was the first sub 2 minute mile at Scarborough. Do you remember
that's when they raced
the horse?
Yeah, absolutely. He was the best 3-year-old around home, and then they sent him up to Ruffin for the winter, for Montreal race in Montreal, and then hit to Foxborough in the summer. I don't think there was any racing in Quebec in the summer in those days. They used to close down. Thorbridge went at Blue Bonnets or something, but it was a mile track to Scarborough in those days, right? and then they changed it over to a half-mile track in 70. The first year I was there was 73. I was there when they were building the half-mile track. I raced there for a month or so before Foxborough opened, between Foxborough and Rockingham meets. But that was about 1968 maybe or 9 when he went in 59-3. He was a good horse. Dave Rocco had him for Webby's. He was in his part of the stable, right? Dave raced him the whole time. They had a lot of good. They're the only ones that ever had good amortizers was Webby's, right? Everybody else had amortizers, hated them. They had nothing but luck with them.
It's funny you should say that. Somebody asked me the other day, and he said, Billy O'Donnell's dead. Henny worked for Webby's. I said, no. Henny O'Donnell for years had Captain Crookshanks' horses. As far as I know, and Henny might have had some of Webby's, but I think he was Captain Crookshanks. Firebolt knows those type of horses. And your buddy, you notice there's a picture in Standardbred. Yeah, there's a picture in Standardbred Canada's website about 2 weeks ago, and Art Porter was there. He said, "Did anybody know that? Did anybody know anybody in this picture?" And I said, "I know Billy O'Donnell will know this picture."
Yeah,
Did you see it?
That was Mel. Yeah, I got that picture at home. It's in the book, that Sackville Downs book. But the guy holding the horse was Melky Ferguson. His father was Jimmy Ferguson that ran the Sydney track, right? That was Melky.
The guy that owned Tartan Downs in Sydney? Oh, yeah.
Right, yeah. He just lived up the street from me, Melky. He and Art were great friends. He went to Florida with Art when he had probably Captain's horses, yeah. See, Art, Firebolt, how he came about, Art was training for Raymond Kaiser, and they went from Florida to Saratoga. Actually, he trained for Roach. Roach trained him, and then when Roach left, Art started training for him. So they went to Saratoga. Horses were doing no good, so they sold everything except 4 horses. They gave them to Art. And okay.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everybody, inside my home studio here today, and great look at that first set of youngsters. There were 6 of them in total that we got a look at. You could hear from Freddie and Billy. They were, I think, definitely caught on to that one that Anthony was sitting behind, and I understand we're going to have, in a moment here, an opportunity to catch up.
Why don't you be quiet for you end up?
I believe with you, Anthony. So Anthony McDonald standing by, correct? You got me, Anthony? There he is. How's it going today, Anthony?
Oh, it's cold, but you know what? There's no wind. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Much better than Sunday, that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. It definitely looks cold, and we got a chance to check out that first set. So before we jump into that first set, though, it's been a different year, and obviously the open house had to go virtual this year. Talk a little bit about the efforts that went into that, and I know you got a great team behind you that's pulling this off today.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, between you and Kelly and Curtis and Luke and all the people that volunteer their time, I mean, even Daryl Thiessen, you know, we were a little hesitant about bringing people out there. Daryl stayed outside the barn, you know, got changed in his car, and he's just jumping on and off horses. It's, you know, I was very hesitant to ask anybody to come over. Our clients were good. They didn't come today. You know, we have a lot of room up by the fence where you could drive up and watch the sets, and they even stayed at home alone with them. So everybody's participating in their own way today, and it's a great day, to be honest. It's cold, but it's a great day.
Yeah, I mean, clear day, sun is shining. Great looking shots from the drone. That first group that we looked at, you were sitting behind a rock and roll dance colt world for 2. What do you make of this guy? He was definitely stood out in that group, made a couple nice moves, and he's one that there are plenty of shares still available in.
Yeah, it's funny. I wasn't really in the market for a rock and roll dance, but when you're sitting at the sale, sometimes horses just kind of strike you. And I was just sitting there talking to Scott Zeron by the ring in Lexington this summer, and this guy walked in the back ring, and you know, anybody that was paying attention to horses at that particular moment looked at this horse. He was just gorgeous, and I looked at Scott and I said, "Geez, a rock and roll dance." He said, "You know, I drive a couple of them that I really like." And we talked about a rock and roll dance for a minute, and sure enough, 10 minutes later, he went through the ring and we bought him. And he's just been a nice colt. He's a big, heavy colt, so probably to the speed you saw him go today, he's not going to go much faster than that till February. Him and that big boss colt that went I just want to keep them bottled up till February. So I think we probably we weren't really planning on training anything. I think we went around 250 with them. The filly Amy went with was really, really sharp looking. Now that's a filly there that's out of a sister to Dream Fairy Eternal. And the whole sets, I looked at all the set pages myself for the first time together last night. And, we really did put, I think we do have a good group, a good crop of yearlings this year for sure.
That group, you guys like to get them nicely packed together. Maybe you can tell those at home that have never really watched when you guys are training in sets like this, what you're trying to do out there.
My theory on training the babies is simple. We can't assume we have the best horses. We just want to have the most well-mannered, smart, intelligent animals that are on the track. And, as many of us know that watch races, whether you're a gambler, whether you're a trainer or a driver, it's never always the fastest horse that wins the race. It's the horse that's most prepared. And, what we're trying to do with these sets is show them everything they're going to see their whole life from day one. And I say it to James all the time, a day that they're not doing it right is wasted on them and wasted for us. So, and our clients. So we really just want to prepare our horses for everything they're going to see all the time in their life from day one. And hopefully, that gives us a little edge, I hope.
Absolutely. Now we're going to move on to set 2 here in a moment. Is there one horse in particular that we should be checking out? We're going in groups of 6 and 5, I believe, throughout the morning.
Yeah, Sweet on Pete was scratched. She had a little bit of a temperature, so obviously we don't want to mess around with that. She's not going to go this morning. Unbeatable Kemp is a first crop Walmer. My wife loves this colt. She'll be going with him today. Amy loves going with him too. Over the last couple of years, it's just been so hectic we couldn't. But this year she's going to end up going with a lot more horses, and she loves this colt, Unbeatable Kemp. Matt's MVP is my MVP. We've had a lot of luck with my MVPs in Ohio. Now he's moved to Ontario, but this is the last crop of my MVP in Ohio. Slim Jimmy's first crop, Long Tom. And then we have a New York filly, a Chapter 7 filly, and Bomb Hugger. The colt I'm going with, a Moradiner, was a buyback from Lexington. He's actually a well-bred colt. They just did not get the price that they wanted for this horse. So we ended up brokering a deal afterwards, and he's with us now also. So, when we started the stable, our number one goal, because we didn't have a lot of money, was to forge relationships with smaller breeders and work out agreements such as a Moradiner. And I think you're going to see a really talented, good-looking Father Patrick colt out of him also.
All right. Well, good luck with this next group. We'll let you move on. I know it's a busy morning. Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah,
and we'll be catching up as the morning goes along.
Yeah, we're heading out right now. They're all heading out right now.
All right. Perfect.
Jimmy first.
All right. Thanks, Anthony. We'll be catching up with him in a little bit later on after we check out set number 2. But before we do get to that second set, I believe we have an opportunity right now to throw to a harness 101. Let's learn a little bit more.
Jason McGinnis is joining us here again at thestable.ca's open house down in the barns. This time, the equipment we're going to go over is different types of boots the horses wear.
Yeah, we just got some pretty standard ones. We start off, we have your typical bell boot. Bell boot, common in a lot of trotters. They'll just put a little extra weight on them sometimes and get them reaching out a little bit further. Pretty common to see a set of bell boots on a trotter. That's not too rare. And then we have your regular old shin boot. Shin boot, if a horse gets a little sideways or something, but hopefully the head pull we covered earlier fixes all that. And sometimes just based on their conformation and stuff, they'll come up and get into their shins a little bit. So you just put a standard shin boot on, nothing too fancy. Then we have a knee boot. The knee boot will wrap tight around the knee. You want them tight, or Anthony will flip out. You want the knee boot really tight, and you want it around their knee, and they'll come up with their foot and sometimes hit their knee. Horses will hit in different spots. You can see they're fairly big. You can get them in different sizes too. You can get them a little higher, and hopefully you don't need them a ton. And we have your regular trotting boot. This is just a trotting boot, not too high. It's got a speedy cut on the bottom. It'll wrap tight around the leg, and just hopefully, if sometimes the trotter, they'll get interfering a little bit, and they'll touch anywhere kind of up and down, and sometimes they'll get into their ankles a little bit. and hopefully the boot covers them up and kind of helps you out and you don't have any more issues.
Now, sometimes we add weights onto the toes of trotters, so why would we do that?
Sometimes you just want them reaching out a little bit further and kind of lengthening their stride. And some horses just need a little more weight to kind of go and balance them out. So if the bell boots don't cut it, you can put a toe weight on. There's different weights, 2, 3, 4 ounces. And you simply just literally screw the toe weight onto the front of the horse's foot, and that'll usually do the trick.
Thank you so much for going over some of this equipment that is used on the thestable.ca's horses.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Fred, just before we get looking at the horse there, I just saw a flash on the screen where there's a giveaway. It's a $100 HPI card, which is the betting platform here in Canada through Woodbine. And if somebody won that HPI card for $100, if anybody is listening, the guy's name, Mr. Collins, I guess, if you live in the U.S., that card's no good to you. So if you would contact Stacy at COSA, 905-854-2672, she will substitute that card, which you can't use because you can't join HBI and bet through it. She'll swap that for money for you. So we've had that happen a couple times, but we don't want to discourage anybody from not, signing up and joining in and being able to win. So then Merry Christmas to the winner.
Well, Billy, oops, sorry, we're off the air, so we'll have to go back to Mark McKelvey for this one. All right, number one, Slim Jimmy. First of all, it's a first crop of Long Tom. Long Tom, by the way, first of all, it's a Muscle Hill. Say no more. It's a son of Muscle Hill. Could be any kind of sire. But this horse here, Long Tom, he's a Grand Circuit winner at 2 and 3. Win the Stanley Dancer 3-year-old. He won the New Jersey Sire Stakes final. Got a record of 52 and 1. Highly recommended. Who knows what kind of sire he's going to be, but it's a Muscle Hill, best trotting sire in the world today.
Yeah, Muscle Hill, what he's changed the breed, every generation, each horse will change it a little bit. He's done his part for himself and 20 others, I think. It's unbelievable how much he's changed the trotting breed, right? And the good family here, too. It goes back to the old Star, like we can go way back to Star Investment. She was a great mare, and look what she's done through her life, too, right? Looks like a lot of these horses were Quebec horses, promising to the sire there. And he's Pennsylvania, I think. But that's a one. Now the next horse, Chapter 7, he's changing the breed also along with Muscle Hill. He's like the next generation, and he's an outcross, and he seems to cross with everything, like kind of a better light type, and same as Muscle Hill. There's another one here. I mean, these horses they got some they got great pedigrees. These horses.
Yeah, first fall
like
of a Cantab Palmera, but look at the money. There's another Matt's
that's the key.
MVP. This is from
Money
two
is the
previous
key.
falls, one winner. Money's everything. Billy, look at the other families. Another one in here at the dam of Amor Angus, Garland Nobel Dam. That Amor Diener, is that the one that Amy's got?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
it is,
Amor
so, yeah.
Diener's the one Anthony was talking about, the Father Patrick. And that,
Well,
again,
like
it's
Anthony
the
said,
first fall out of a wet.
Yeah. Well, like Anthony said, that when they first started, they didn't have a whole lot of money, so they were cutting deals with people and selling the horses off. And this is another one where, the seller wasn't happy with the price of the sale, bought him back, and Anthony's taking the horse here, and now it's been sold to connections here, and what a family too, eh? What a family. So
It's unbelievable when you sit back and look at the first fall. Cadabra winning made around 50,000, trotting 57. I mean, and then the family, the Speedy Crown.
Yeah.
Second and third dam, millions and millions of dollars. So this horse could be anything, and it's a Wallner. Billy Wallner's come highly recommended. Everywhere you turn around, you see people talking about Wallner. I know he gets sick, didn't he, as a 3-year-old?
I think he got lame. I think, didn't he? He pulled his suspension. I think was the story. I think, but he was. I don't think he ever. He never was defeated. I don't think, was he? I think he won like 7 or 8 as a 2-year-old and a couple as a 3-year-old maybe. And that was.
Yeah, I think so. I think
that was it. Yeah. But he was a gorgeous big horse. I mean, anytime I saw him race, they couldn't even get close to him, right? So, and he's a chapter 7 too, right?
This is his first crop to the races this year. Wallner's, Long Tom, all those horses. I don't think, So I know they went through the sale wicket. So if people like them, put money down to see them. So we'll have to wait and see. But I mean, I would love to own shares in this fella here. Now, as a Wallner out of that kind of family, I mean, you like to think you're going to get to the races and do some damage in the stakes. I mean, if you can't dream a little bit with this kind of colt, you can't dream about anybody.
Yeah. Well, you got a big edge here too, because this colt is not only eligible to New Jersey sires, he's eligible to the Kentucky program down there, and I think that's like a resident mare program that if they're born in the state, because they kind of lost a lot of their breeding over the years, so they go for tremendous money. I think their finals are around 300,000. So that's each year as a 2 and 3-year-old. So you got a big edge there, right? So.
Yeah, if you get
and
Pennsylvania and Kentucky and it's unreal. Well, you get 2 shots at it. I mean, if you don't make it in Ohio's pretty tough right now. So you don't make it in Ohio and you're in Kentucky and you can make the money somewhere.
Yep. Well, I see Jim Pansy, he's standing down there now, right? Just for this year, so he'll be in the state. So that's going to change the racing down there, right? Brings a lot.
Where's he standing in Ohio? Yeah, well,
no,
Ohio
Kentucky.
took the Ontario, Kentucky. Well.
Yeah.
Beautiful country down there, Billy. I think after the jug, my favorite trip of all time is going to Kentucky in the fall of the year when the Grand Circuit is there.
Yeah,
the last time I was down there. The last time I was down there, I ran into a couple of guys you would know. Richard Bradley and Gerald Noonan. Both have passed away since.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they were a little bit older than me, but they were the guys that you watched and learned from when you were young, right? You know, how they worked around the horse and stuff. Both great guys. Yeah, Richard,
Billy,
he worked for Stanley Dancer.
We worked for Stanley for about 25 years. When I was in, my wife and I were in Sweden last year at the driving championship, and we went over and we visited the farm. And one of the mares at the farm, there's a big picture on the wall. It was Super Nice. Super Nice was Stanley Dancer's New York Sire Stake winner of 2 and 3, and Richard Bradley was the groom. Caretaker.
Yeah, he was. She won 7. She won 17 in a row.
Really? You remember the mare?
Is it 2-year-old? Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So the guy said, "Do you know anything about this mare?" I said, "I know quite a bit about the mare." That Margaret, the lady, the breeder over there that owns the big stud farm, she owned that trotter.
Margarita, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, this is Billy. There's an awful lot of potential in here. You got a Walner, Father Patrick, Uncle Peter. Anthony said great luck with Uncle Peter's down in Ohio. He did a lot of them. So anyway, it's what else is in here? Chapter 7 and a long Tom. So anything's possible.
Yeah. It is so.
I'm surprised we haven't heard from Billy. I'm surprised we haven't heard from our old friend Greg Peck yet. He'll love this long Tom.
He might not be up yet. It's only 11 o'clock, right? Might be.
Here we go. All right, Amy. I'm cheering for Amy. Unbeatable Kemp. She loves this horse.
All right.
That's good enough for me.
She's the boss. That's the old cliche. I'm the boss. You let me win, right? So she's the one that signs the checks on Friday. So there's one scratched here. The Sweet on Pete is scratched. So Travis is Henry's sitting this one out. Now this is a little bit different for anybody watching that's a novice here. These are trotters now. They straps around their legs, around all four legs. Some of them have around their front legs, but they keep them on stride. So they're a little more tedious to drive, and they'll make a break or go off stride if you sneeze sometimes behind them will scare them at this stage of their life, right? Until they need a lot of practice doing this kind of stuff to be able to trot in 152 for a mile. It is a beautiful day here. It's cold, like Anthony said, but not bad where I'm sitting here. I think I got it set at 72 here, so I'm in good shape.
Yeah, Billy, the last time we were at Campbellville, I near froze. I went out to get coffee. When I come back in, it was like almost frozen. That's how cold it was.
Oh, I know.
No good eating a hot dog. You get a hot dog and come back in, it was cold.
Yeah, it reheated by the time you get back up the ramp. Poor Phil was standing out there, he and his wife, all week, all day too, handing out hot dogs. So maybe Anthony could send you and me to Florida for what he saved on hot dogs this year, right? He used to give us a trip around the world or something. I think people were just stopping by.
The only trouble going everywhere. Now, Amy's sitting back with her. She loves this trotter, so. Amy loves the trotter. I'm all for that because she's a pretty good eye for horses. The ones that she picks out, usually they do pretty well. Of course, she's a workaholic. They're not going. There's no shortcuts. No shortcuts with Amy.
No.
She's at the track at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, I know. She's got to oversee that whole operation too, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Anthony's lucky. He's got some good trainers there. Like, he's got 4 or 5 guys that are very responsible, been successful in the business, and they do a good job. They all have a certain number of horses with a few caretakers with them, and it works for them. And that's what you got to do. You can't have, run a big stable too. You designate like 10, 12 horses to each trainer with 2 or 3 caretakers and 3 or 4 caretakers probably. And that way they're responsible for these ones, right? Here comes this one here on the fly here. The blue is Bomb Hugger.
Bomb Hugger?
That's not James.
That's not James. I don't know where no, that's
he's at the qualifiers. He was here at Mohawk for the qualifiers, but they were at 9:30, and he had a couple in the first couple of races. I don't know if he made it back
over.
there or
Don't
not.
worry.
No. Yeah, that's not his style to be brushing from 5th to the front. Oh yeah, he wouldn't dare not come, right?
Who'd be in the front.
It's a green.
Okay.
That's Anthony.
That's green, of course. No, not on the front. Here comes Amy.
I knew that wasn't James, because James is a come from behind guy, and Anthony, he likes to be on the front, right? Yeah, you better let her go, Anthony. You gotta live with her. She must sign his check too, right?
I think she signs everything. Christmas presents, everything.
Yeah.
Of course, Anthony
Yeah.
be on the phone talking to 150 people. She'd have all the work. She's gone at 6 o'clock now. I don't know how she does it. She's an amazing woman. Really and truly.
Yeah.
She was at one of the other training centers, and I remember I was talking to Jackie Moe, and he said, God almighty, that won't work. She'd outwork anybody.
Ooh, this Anthony's in trouble.
Yeah.
He ain't going to go buy her. He'll
Better
pay
not.
for that. Be cold soup tomorrow.
Now, who's
That's a
this
good
one in
looking
the
bunch of
blue
colts
now
right
on the
there.
outside? Yeah.
That's James, supposedly, but it's not James who's not James.
No.
Yeah, you sure that's not him? Yeah, that's him, I think, Fred. Whoa,
James?
Amy, whoa, Amy.
Oh.
Oh, they're all running now. That's how they learn.
Yeah.
Here comes Danny with old Slim Jimmy. He's going right by the runners.
Danny O'Brien. Yeah, I missed seeing Danny.
That's
He's another.
Yeah. That's my old theory with these trotters. Slow, early, fast, late. They get all mixed up when you in the middle sometimes. But they look pretty good. Pretty good as a whole.
I think the only one, Slim Jimmy, is the only one that has get shares, and that's the Ohio bred. It's not Long Tom. Long Tom out of a wicked family.
Yeah.
So could be in. And look at the third dam, Garland Lovell. Can you imagine? Star Investments family. I wonder if Anthony would give me a Christmas present of one share in this horse.
You might.
Maybe it's under the tree. It's a parcel under the tree from Amy. Maybe it's one share of this horse. I have my doubts. I wouldn't bank on it. Probably half a dozen golf balls.
Yeah.
No, he usually gives me a pair of boots every year. I said, Anthony, I don't need new boots. I'm not like you. Two pairs will do me 20 years. Anyway, we're back. They look pretty good, Billy. Really, what do you think?
Well, I would say this is December. These colts, they trotted a good mile. They start at the speed, and that's when they'll make breaks, when they're going speed. So they get used to that. This time they went a little faster than the last time. Next time a little faster this time. Then they can stay on gate longer and faster, and that's how they learn. It's frustrating to have a good young trotters. It takes patience, a lot more than I ever had. I know when I was training young trotters, I'd just give them to whoever was trained the colt. Say, they go, when do you want him back? When he has a number pad and a race bike on him. You do all that other stuff. So I never had enough patience in the morning for them. So God bless them.
So that's where
I like to watch them.
So that's where Clarkie Smith or Phil Pinckney come in.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You get it, or Chucky Sylvester.
Shane Corson joins us now at the thestable.ca's live open house. Shane, thank you for joining us here today.
Thanks for having me. It's going to be fun.
Now, you're a part of the fractional ownership group that owns You Gotta Be Leaf. And some of your ownership partners just happen to be Doug Gilmore and Rick Vive, which is a pretty good company to have in an ownership group. You're just new to thestable.ca. How did you get involved?
Actually, I was doing a charity event for Mike Milne and at a golf course in Niagara Falls, and did that. Spent the day, had a great time, great cause. Went home. A couple days later, I got a call from Mike, and he asked me if I wanted to be a fractional owner, a part owner of a horse. You Gotta Believe, and told me that Dougie was going to be involved, and Rick Vive was going to be involved, and I said, sure, I'd love to. I love animals, love horses, so I was excited to say yes and to be a part of it. And obviously, during these crazy times, it's a little bit tough. I haven't been able to get down to see the horse yet, but I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be fun, and I'm looking forward to learning about more about horses and horse racing. To be honest, I don't know a whole lot. I'm a rookie. I'm a rookie, a veteran hockey player, but a rookie horseman.
That's okay. We welcome all kinds of knowledge into our family here at thestable.ca. And are you most looking forward to, going to the barn and seeing the horses up close, or to the racing, going to the races on your end? What kind of interests you?
Well, like I said, I love animals and I love horses. They're just a beautiful animal, and I'm looking forward to going to meeting the horse actually, and spending some time with them. And for sure, I'd like to get out to the races once it gets started, and it's going to be fun. It'll be exciting. And like you said, stable.ca, I've heard a lot about it from Mike and from Dougie and Ricky Vive especially. Rick's been out, and he really enjoys it. So they said it's like a big family, and that's nice for us too. We miss playing hockey and being with our hockey family. Now we have a new family with stable.ca. So we're really looking forward to, obviously seeing the horses and our horse especially, and seeing the barns and stuff like that, but also meeting the family of stable.ca. It's going to be exciting for us. And it's always nice to learn new things in life, and this would be a learning process for me, but I'm excited about it.
Now in hockey, there's always that kind of barrier between the players and the fans, which is the boards. And the stable tries to kind of remove that with our fans and get them really involved, whether, it's jogging a horse or even cleaning out a stall. I'm sure you're more than welcome when the barns open up for visitors to be able to take that task on. How important is it to an industry to really be able to involve your fans, whether it be hockey or horse racing?
Oh, I think it's so important. I wouldn't have been able to play the game I love to play and play hockey and get paid to do it. To play a game I love to play and get paid is incredible. And it's because of the fans, and the fans are actually what makes the game go and horse racing go. And it's just they're a big part of it. They're the ones that give us energy. They give us energy to produce and play hard and be successful. And they're a big part of the industry, any industry. And that's something that I learned at a young age when I got into, I was a fan always, and I'm still a fan. But the Montreal Canadiens, I went to play in Montreal, and again here in Toronto, like guys like Johnny Bauer, Larry Robinson, and Bob Gainey, Guy Lafleur, they taught us one thing: is be very, very good to your fans, because if you don't have fans, you're not going to be able to play the game you love to play and get paid to do it. And they give us a lot of encouragement and, like I said, energy, and they're so important to all of us. And for us to be able to go to the stable.ca and be a fan and just be a part of it and get to meet all the people there and spend some time with them and spend some time with the horses and learn from the people that know a lot about this industry is going to be exciting for myself.
Yeah, and just like hockey, the horse racing behind the scenes is so much work. You can attest to that as being an athlete, but our horses are athletes, and our drivers really put in, and trainers and grooms put a lot of work into these horses. And that's something that kind of is unexpected usually, the knowledge once you learn how much work goes into it. It's kind of surprising for some people.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know a lot about horse racing and stuff like that. I mean, I spent some time baling hay on a farm back near Barrie. One of my old coaches actually owned a farm out there, Mr. Smith. So I got to understand that there's a lot of hard work going in and running a farm and animals, cows and horses and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to learning more about it, but I'm sure they put a lot of time in. And I don't think I'll be the guy jogging the horses, but I'll be cleaning the stalls out. I'm good with that. I'm good with labor work, so I'll do that stuff. I'll do all the labor work. Ricky Vive can do the jogging. I've heard he really enjoys that. So, but I mean, any industry and anything you do in life, you have to work hard at it. And I know that the people put a lot of time into it, and they spend a lot of time with the horses. And like you said, those horses and the jockeys are all very important, and they're athletes, and they have to put their time into and put a lot of work into it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Careful what you say, though, because I know Anthony will hold you accountable for that stall cleaning.
I have no problem doing that. Trust me, I'm good with labor work, and I'll stick to that. I don't know if I want to be doing the jogging, but I mean, I love spending time with the horses and cleaning the horses. And they're such lovable animals and smart animals. Like I said, I'm an animal guy. We have 2 dogs in my house, so I just love animals. I'm looking forward to that side of it. And I have no problem cleaning the stalls. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
Now, Christmas is, coming up so quickly, and your brother-in-law just happens to be Darcy Tucker, who happens to be one of my favorite hockey players growing up. So is there any, funny stories that has happened in the Corson or Tucker household over Christmas?
There's a lot of fun times. Let me just tell you this. There's lots of presents and lots of red wine drank during Christmas time at our place. So what we usually have, what we do is we do the same thing pretty much every year. Christmas Eve, we go to my sister. She makes this tomato and meat sauce stuff we eat every year. And then Christmas Day, after all the presents are opened up, we spend it at my house. We have the big dinner at my place. So we have more of a cleanup at my place at the end of it, more wine and more dishes to do. But that's okay. I'm the older one, so I can take responsibility and do that. But just a lot of presents, a lot of red wine, a lot of good, great stories and memories. And I play Santa Claus. My dad did it before me. My dad unfortunately died at 45, but he would play Santa Claus on Christmas morning. My grandfather did it before him. And now I'm Santa Claus. Hopefully I don't have the same type of belly, and I'll grow my beard before, and I'll play a good Santa Claus. But we just have a lot of great memories, a lot of great times, and Christmas is all about spending it with family. And I'm sure stable.ca has a great Christmas, and I wish everybody there a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and hopefully 2021 is a lot better for all of us. We've all had a tough time with COVID-19, and hopefully everybody's staying safe and strong.
Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us here at thestable.ca, and happy holidays to you and your family as well.
Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it. Hope to see you soon, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and Happy New Year.
Own a little and love it a lot. Thestable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. Thestable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
We continue on with the Stable Open House virtual edition here for 2020. We just saw the second set, got an interesting look at those trotters, and as we're going to do all morning long, we'll be able to go right down to the barn and be able to catch up with some of the participants. We got Anthony McDonald back with us, and Anthony, we got to look at that group. You did a great job teeing it up for us. We had our eyes, of course, on that Walner that your wife Amy was sitting behind. We knew the one that you were behind, but I want to start first off with one that there are shares available in, and that is Slim Jimmy. When things got a little chaotic towards the end of the set there, he just minded his manners. He kept to task and looked real good, and we know there's going to be another long Tom we see in the next set, but what do you make of Slim Jimmy to this point?
I just, I like to call horses like him meat and potato horses. They just go out and do their work. And, as you said, everybody's being a little chaotic. I think both James and I ran our horses off our feet a little bit towards the end of the mile. But Slim Jimmy, you make a perfect point. He just stays at it, does his work, and finishes it off. And that's really what you're looking for. We had a little filly last year named My Jazz. She didn't really turn any heads last year at all, training down, even right into her qualifiers. James and I had a real tense conversation about whether she was going to be an actual Buckeye, which would be grassroots in Ohio, or a Sire Stakes filly. And it ended up just being that the Sire Stakes were at the track we were stabled at in Northfield Park. So we raced her in them, and we never looked back. She had a great year. She made quite a bit of money. I ended up getting a thrill. I won a race on Jugette Day with her, and the type of horse that My Jazz is the type of horse that Slim Jimmy is, right? They don't turn any heads. They just do everything right. I think it's worth noting two things. One, James put his horse on the run way before I did. It's a bit embarrassing, a little bit of an embarrassment. And then of course I followed suit. So I guess monkey see, monkey do. But the horses are just learning, and we were trotting pretty good on the end of it. I was surprised by both of them. The filly James went with is a really, really nice filly. We bought her very early in Lexington, Bomb Hugger. And then the colt I got, as I said, was sent here by a private breeder. So, the only thing more exciting than watching that set was listening to Shane Corson say he was going to clean stalls for us. We're looking for some stall cleaners out there. So.
Well, I got to ask about that. I know if there was a stable.ca hockey team, you'd have some pretty good options for your top line. Talk about getting clients like that involved and what that means to the stable.
Well, you figured it all out. We're actually forming an elderly hockey team here. It's great to get these guys involved. That's one thing, and I've always said this about horse racing. People don't understand the draw of horse racing and horses. I mean, when you look at guys like Shane Corson or Doug Gilmore or Rick Vive or even John Daly that bought horses with us, these are guys that don't need horses. They aren't getting involved because they want to make a fortune. They understand that there's a lot of entertainment when you sit down and look at the numbers and say, it's going to cost me X. but I get to be involved with this stable and this horse or this group of people for an entire year. There's no other sport that can match up with ours. And I hope that people understand what we've done and how we've done it and how easy it is to accomplish. And then we can grow the sport the way it should be moving forward.
So we move on to set number 3. I know you guys will be on out in just a moment, but what can you tell us here? Noticed a few Uncle Peters in this group, and I know there's been a bit of a focus on Ohio in recent years. You guys have had lots of success and could be set up well for a good 2021.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio's been always very kind to us. We live in Ontario, we race in Ontario, but I think us that live in Ontario understand that this is probably one of the toughest jurisdictions in the world to race in. We got a great group of drivers here, a pretty strong, considering what we went through in 2020 or 2012 and beyond. I think we have, again, a very, very strong jurisdiction. So we do what we can here. We had a banner year for us in Ontario last year, but Ohio always seems to be kind to us. And, you know, as much as I love Ontario and I love racing horses, I think Ohio is one of the few jurisdictions left where you can buy anything and it can be literally become anything. And that's not a dig on any other jurisdiction. It's just we've always had luck there, so we reciprocate that. You know, we've bought as many horses in Ohio as we have in Ontario this year. And when you look at it, we've had luck with the Uncle Peters. We bought some first crop What the Hills and Long Toms, and you're going to see them in here. I think we have the colt that the Maple Leafs alumni and the Children's Hospital, McMaster Hospital in Hamilton also is involved in here with You Gotta Believe. Danny O'Brien's going to go with him. James is going with a Uncle Peter filly named Kathy with an Eye. This is a filly, again, as I said in the earlier set, a horse that was sent to us from one of our clients, but a smaller breeder. So she's a big, strong filly. She's close. I had a lot of people email me every year and ask us, why do we have the trot and hobbles on horses? So really, it just goes back to what I said in my opening statement. You know, I want to see the horses do it right. You can take the trot and hobbles off, but I would rather have them on than see the horses running all over the track, although they still ran all over the track in the last set. So Kathy with an Eye does not have the hobbles on yet. She's been good, but she's prone to this turn over by the road. She'll shorten her gait up and roll off sometimes. So hopefully James can get her around. You Gotta Believe we have the hobbles on him. Tie one on. This is a bar hopping, our first bar hopping. A bar hopping sister to a filly that we campaigned, one of our better horses in Ontario last year. Tipsy and Dixie ended up being a very good horse for us all year. Purple Aura, this is a creatine filly, Ohio bred filly. And then I'm going with an Uncle Peter 1, 2, skip a few. She was a filly that we broke. We had the hobbles on her because she just paced and galloped. And now she's put it all together and we've taken the hobbles back off of her. She's in here. And then the other Long Tom, Prairie Fire, is in here. Brody is going to go with that horse. He's been good of weeks too. We put the hobbles on him a few days ago. Not really sure if he needs them, but he'll have them on for today. So lots of Ohio to look at in here. We have, let me see, we have one. They're all, except for the bar hopping, who's Pennsylvania. Every other horse in here is an Ohio bred. So if you're in Ohio and you're looking for horses, this is the set to watch for sure.
It certainly is. All right, Anthony, we'll let you get to it, and we'll check in a little later on.
All right, take care.
All right. So as we continue on, I believe we do have another contest winner, and that is Catherine Reed. Congratulations, Catherine Reed. You're the winner of a $100 Amazon gift card, compliments of Clinton Raceway. I want to give a special shout out to our friends at Clinton Raceway for that $100 Amazon gift card, and congratulations, Catherine, on collecting this prize. Stick around, everyone. If you want to leave us a comment, make sure to drop it on the various social media accounts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and we will make sure to monitor those comments. So if you have any questions for Anthony, if you have a question for Fred or Bill, we can pass those along as the morning and the day rolls on. We're 2 sets in. We're moving on to set number 3, as Anthony alluded to. We're going to have our eyes focused on the Buckeye State here in set number 3. So we'll get to that in just a moment. But once again, it's time for a little more Harness 101.
I'm Graham McCann from Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada. I am here to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and especially the staff of thestable.ca for doing the excellent work they do to look after our horse family. So I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
Hi, I'm Jimmy Moscato from Hamburg, New York, and I'd like to wish Anthony and his family, his wonderful staff, and my fellow clients from thestable.ca a very Merry Christmas. And I'd like to introduce you to my first horse. In July of 1983, my horse's name was Eagle's Look, and it was my first win some 37 years ago. And he reminds me of Brave World, which I'm a part owner in, and Globetrotting. Thank you again.
I'm here with Harry Polton of The Stable, and we're going to talk a little bit about a trainer, training horses, and what is all involved with that. So how long have you trained horses for?
Since I was a young lad, about 16.
So what got you into training horses, and how has that aspect changed over the years of when you first became a trainer and now what it takes to become a trainer?
Well, when I became a trainer, you had to get people to sign for you, and you had to, most times you had to be a groom for a while. I don't know if there was any rules on how long you had to do it. I just don't remember that far back. But I think now you have to be a groom for so many years before you can do it. I'm not quite sure about it, but I think that's how it goes.
And is it hard to train horses?
It's easier to train fast ones. But yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of hours. I wouldn't say it's intense labor, but there's a lot of work goes into it. Just a lot of time, patience.
And how do you train them? So what's the difference when we say we're training a horse or jogging a horse? How would we differentiate between those two?
Well, you go the wrong way of the track when you're jogging. You just do it nice and easy. It's just a nice little exercise for them. And when you're training, you turn them and go the race way, and you go a lot faster, basically.
And do a lot of trainers train their horses differently than others?
I think some do. Basically, it's all the same, but with a few different ways. And there's no wrong way. There's just different ways.
Is there a reason why some trainers are better or win more races than others?
I think that some of them have better horses and some of them work a little harder than others.
So we're going to talk a little bit now about the difference between trotters and pacers. So if there's just one main difference or a bunch of little ones?
No, there's just one main difference. The pacer, the two outside legs go parallel to each other, and the trotter goes diagonal, inside left hind, outside right front, like, move at the same time.
And do some trainers prefer one over the other?
Yeah, I'm sure there is, but now that everybody's got both gaits now. At one time, there were specialists, but I think now, no matter, even the huge trainers that have all the good trotters, they have a lot of good pacers too. So.
And a lot of horses, especially the babies, as they're breaking down now and learning how to race, we put hobbles on them. So what are hobbles, and how do they help the horses?
Hobbles are just to steady them. It gives them their gait. Most of them all are pretty natural gaited nowadays. But the hobbles, you just snug them up a little bit, and it guides them through the turns and makes it a little easier for them to do their job.
And there's many different bridles we put on horses as well, but what's the main purpose of a bridle for the horse?
Main purpose of the bridle is just to keep them focused. Some focus better in blind bridles, some focus better in open bridles.
And for our trotters and pacers, do trotters only race as trotters, or can they go vice versa, back and forth?
There's been a few that have went vice versa, but not many. There's a very small percentage, but it has been done.
And for the last question here, what's the biggest challenge between trotters and pacers when you're training them?
I'm not sure there's any big challenge, but I think if you got a nice horse, it makes it a lot easier for everybody to train them.
Well, thank you very much, and we'll send it back up to you guys.
That Harry's quite a boy, Billy.
Harry? Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I've known Harry you a long time.
Did you know that Harry Polton is going to be inducted into the PEI Sports Hall of Fame?
Mm-hmm. I did. I congratulated him. And I think that's great that, that we as horse people that leave, our roots and move on to different areas and are still recognized by people back in the Maritimes. And I know I was greatly appreciated that honor too for Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia. You've probably been all Hall of Fame, Billy. Canadian Hall of Fame, U.S. Hall of Fame, Harness Racing Hall of Fame, I would imagine. It's quite a feat, quite a feat. We're so privileged to have you here as a guest every open house. I'm so happy for you, and so happy that Anthony's been able to, you've been able to volunteer and help Anthony out, put it that way. And by the way, here's another one you may not know. Did you know Harry Polton was a tremendous hockey player? Harry Polton, when they had the Charlottetown Pee-wees, the best Pee-wee team in PEI, one of the best ones, they used to have their name, the Peerless Pee-wees, they call them. Ricky Vive was on that team, and his big star, the goaltender, was Harry Polton.
Yeah, I know Harry was a goalie.
And another one, they're looking for Leafs getting involved in harness racing. One of our partners, one of our guided us with one of our yearlings this year is Billy McMillan, and he was Dave Keon's winger. When Dave Keon had his best year, Billy McMillan also had 22 goals. So there's a big crossover between harness racing and hockey.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That, you know, I think a lot of that comes from, most of the hockey players come from Canada, and in Canada, you know, there's harness racing is right up there with a lot of things, or it was back in the 70s and 80s. It was a lot more prevalent then than it is now, but there's more things for people to do. But a lot of people come from the rural regions where there was horses and there's racetracks and whatnot, and they all kind of, you know, were there to watch races, and kind of spills off into your adult life, right? It never leaves you. It never left me anyway, and it never left you. So I'm sure that people do the same thing with NASCAR. I'm sure the people in the South, right? They love NASCAR for the same reason that we in the North love horse racing, I guess.
Well, there's another chap from Nova Scotia that was pretty good hockey player. What about Chicky Charlton? Bernie. Wasn't he a hockey player?
Yeah.
No, the baseball player?
Yeah, Bernie was a very good hockey player. Yeah, he was so. Kind of a tough little guy too for the size. He was like a little bulldog. Actually, funny you should mention, Bernie, that last night there was a show on TV that his grandson, it was a star in. It was a 2-hour special.
Come on.
Special on. Yeah, I taped it. Yeah, his name is Lund, I think. And
oh yes. That's a young fella played junior hockey here in the Quebec League with Charlottetown.
Did he? Yeah.
That's the kid.
Yeah.
And yes, he played here in Charlottetown. I did not know. I wonder where he went. Yeah. Well, that's something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get on to set number 3 then, Billy. Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
Well.
Okay, Kathy with an eye.
Yep. Far away.
Anthony kind of filled us in with her. Yeah.
Anthony with an eye. It's an Uncle Peter. Uncle Peter from Kathy with an eye. I don't know much.
Yeah. It's a filly, right? One thing about this one, she can breed her to anything. She's a real outcross, this filly here, right? Really outcrossed.
And but, you know the nice thing about it here, it's also, Billy, the first foal of a mare that took a record of 59-2. It's a credit winner line, and I love the pine chip. Anytime I see pine chip in a horse, especially with a yearling, I just love it. You got to be a Leaf, right. Billy. What about another Uncle Peter? Family's pretty strong.
Which one? You got to believe.
You got to be Leaf.
Yeah,
it's funny. The first fall of the second dam. I wanted wings. You got a Leaf.
Right.
Sorry, Uncle Peter.
I'm surprised that there's any shares left of that one being in Ontario, right?
I'm surprised. So they'll be down here. We get lots Leaf fans in the Maritimes, Montreal and Toronto. Loads of Leaf fans down here. Here's Taiwan on, Billy. Here's another one now. Here's a Bear Hopping, another Muscle Hill. His first crop went to the races last year. I know one of them was Pub Crawl, 150,000. There's a couple others. One made 400,000. Another made 200,000. Again, it's a Muscle Hill first crop. I gotta love Bear Hopping. And this filly, Tipsy and Dixie, it shows on the program. She got a record of 58, and she made around 50,000. She was a terrific filly in Ontario last year.
Yeah.
That's
Yes, she is here.
tie one on. Here's another one, purple
Great family
creatine,
to
or purple
ankle.
aura, but great.
Yeah. Now creatine, I think
Oh,
he's
yeah,
a
yeah.
pretty underestimated sire, I believe myself. But and he comes from a Triple Crown winner family. Mary Marauder, Spellbound Hanover. I raced some of those. Like you said, I always said, people ask me, did you race this horse in the 80s? I said, was he any good?
Yeah.
And they said, yeah, I probably did. So
That's what I'm saying. When I looked at them last night, I said to my wife, Gail, I said, fire that sires and dams there, will you? I think Billy raced most of the ones that are on here. Oh, they're on the track, so we better, I'll leave it in your hands. So away you go.
Yeah. All right, they're just kind of warming up there now. I think what Anthony does with them, he jogs them a mile, which would be twice around clockwise, and then he turns them around and goes counterclockwise, which is a raceway. And I think he goes three laps with them, which is a mile and a half, right? And at the end, they kind of brush them along a little bit. So that makes them stronger, the wind sprinting aspect of the exercise, right? So, and they'll do this probably twice a week. And the other days, what Harry was alluding to, just jogging, which they'll probably jog, which goes the clockwise way of the racetrack, about 3-4 miles a day. And then twice a week, say on today's Friday, they'll go back next Tuesday, and do this again. This is kind of a work day.
Yeah.
It's kind of like going to the gym twice. Instead of going every other day, they go twice a week, these horses. And you do that with all of them, basically. Not everybody does, but most people do. When you're getting them ready to race or condition them, and each week you go a little bit faster. So Anthony, he said before they went a mile around 2:50. That's 2 minutes and 50 seconds for a mile. So actually they're going a mile and a half, so you really don't start your watch the first half. It's just kind of a loosen up lap. And then next week they'll probably go 2:45, and then the next week 2:40, then 2:35 till you get down around 2:20. From then you start going 2 seconds a week or 3 seconds a week, right? You're dropping them, so just kind of condition.
Billy, it must be difficult.
And if they don't do it well,
right. It must be difficult if you're training at a smaller location, or whether a home farm, where you wouldn't have groups of 5 or 6 to go with, and you maybe have to go solo. There must be some difficult times with training a horse by himself, or even with another horse.
Well, like if you have a small stable, you only have, say, one colt, or even have two, and one's a trotter, one's a pacer, or one's a filly, one's a colt. You train them together a little bit if you can. If you only have one, you're kind of always looking for a buddy for him to train with and stuff. It's difficult, like you said, with that went. Yeah, and and you might want to go and some speed, and the guy might want to go 5 seconds slower, 5 seconds faster. So it's very difficult. And like a stable like this, where you have a group of them, and there's lots of people that do this too, that just train colts, and whether it be in the south or the north or wherever, and they train them all together and send them to you when they're getting close to racing, and it seems to work for people, right? I know, like it did for me. Yeah, it worked for me. I liked it.
Well, I think the boys in Sydney have been doing that for a while now. David Ratchford's been breaking them and getting them trained down a bit, and then sending them elsewhere, I believe. And he's had enormous luck. I mean, it's just unbelievable, really.
Well, he was my idol when I was young, Dave. He's a few years older than me, and he was a driver and had a horse or two, and his brother John had horses, and he's a Ratchford. They're all the Ratchfords have horses, and his dad Lauren worked at the waterfront there in down the wharf in North Sydney, but he was a driver and catch drove a little bit, and he was my idol when I was a kid. I always watched Dave.
Yeah, he drove over here quite a bit too.
Yeah, he drove everywhere. He came down to New England, raced down New England, did well down there, and he was, I guess Sydney was probably winding down there, so they opened North Sydney. They changed North Sydney a lot since I was a kid. They built new barns, and they widened the track, and they raced there. And Dave, he lives right there in North Sydney and runs an insurance company. I think he and his brother did. And
Now,
train some horses and be
now,
horsemen.
He'd have to be related to Gussie Ratchford for sure.
Cousin, yeah, a cousin.
Wouldn't he be? Cousin, yeah.
Yeah, he's a cousin, yeah. Yeah, I think Lauren and Donnie were brothers, I think. And they could have been cousins, so I'm not really certain of that, but
they're all pretty
they had another
good
brother
those
that was
guys.
pretty, oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Gussie and I
Gussie. Well, they had a Old Home Week about 5-6 years ago. They had a Sackville Downs Day, and Gussie Gussie was here for that. He was here for it. I know he's since passed away, but he used to get Don McNeil at horses. Wally McGinnis and Don McNeil. Wally worked for Don, and when the races closed in Charlottetown here in Remembrance Day, they'd send them all over to Sackville Downs, and they'd all go to Gussie.
Gussie. Yeah. He had a horse called First Ride for Don that raced about 135 times a year. I worked for Gussie. I had some horses. I went to Truro one year. I had 3 horses for Gussie and 3 for Elwood Shaw. But old First Ride, we raced him Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. He had Friday off and raced him Saturday. And shipped him to Inverness, Truro, and Sackville.
I think First Ride raced Just Gary, and they had around 350 starts between them one year. 300. That's Just Gary and First Ride.
Yeah. And the next closest one was Chief Operator. That was the Gussie horse, was Chief Operator, and Mr. Charmer, who was Bernie Charlton's horse. They all raced in Just Gary and Think Stream. They raced 120, 30 times.
Yeah. You know what? I think the funny thing you mentioned, Think Stream. Laurie O'Brien had Think Stream. And Laurie told me when he was in Charlottetown, he raced the top class here. And everybody said, oh, he's just a front runner. He's a front runner. And Laurie, he used to go to church every day, him and his wife, Ellen.
Yeah.
And Laurie told me one day, he said, listen, they got a race coming up in St. John, a 2-mile race or a 3-mile race. And he said, I'll show you how much of a front runner he is. Guess who won the 2-mile race? Think Stream.
Yeah. Here we got this set going here now. They're just going around the last turn, it looks like here, Fred. There looks like Danny's. Is that Danny O'Brien on front there?
Oh, no, that's Danny. Danny's on Brian. Prairie Fire. Okay.
Yeah.
Danny's winning off by himself. Prairie Fire. That's a long time again. We're looking at.
I think we're either behind or in front here. I don't know, but Purple Aura. That was. No. I think that's Johnny McKinnon with the white with the blue on. Oh, that's him there, right? Okay. I see. We're in the back here.
Okay.
So that was Danny was up front with You Gotta Believe.
Yep.
I see. We're just kind of showing them all. That's the 3.
1, 2, skip
the white. Yeah.
The white is tip 1 on. Tie 1 on, sorry. Oh, that's the sister to Tipsy and Dixie, yeah. And it's a burr hopping. Yeah. That's the burr hopping. I honestly, you got to like burr hopping had a terrific first year, really. I forget what his numbers were. Yeah. I know he had what did I write down? I remember seeing his numbers somewhere. How many? He's 61 foals, Billy, 45 starters, but a number of big winners. In range, 411 or 400,000. Erlen Dickey, 152,000, winning 54. Pub Crawl, 53 and 4. So that's another first crop last year by Son of Muscle Hill. Yeah. So we got a couple of Sons of Muscle Hill coming up. But what the hell, we got some of them on later on today.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here in a few years. You gotta have an outcross to breed those mares now. If you breed Muscle Hills to whoever, to Cantab Hall mares, you're going to have an outcross horse, right, somewhere along the line. But that's evolution.
How old is Credit Winner? Credit Winner is
Credit Winner.
Cantab. Yeah, absolutely.
He was, what was he around? He was around 2003 or 4, right? So 16, 20. He's 20. So
Yeah, it's getting down there, isn't it?
Yeah, they get older, but it seems like every time we lose a big owner, something go, oh, there goes another big owner or breeder out of the business. We're never going to replace him, and we do. So there's no sense of worried about it. It's going to work itself out.
I can tell you one thing. I have never seen so many fractional ownership groups in the Maritimes and in PEI in my life. I'll bet you there's 10 fractional ownership groups here in PEI, and they had a lot of luck. In fact, one of them raced the other night at Mohawk. Mr. Kelly, I think it is. Wade McDonald from Stanhope. He put a group together, and then, oh gosh, there must be at least 10 groups now with five or six in those groups, and it's great for the game, that's for sure. There's not a lot of young people and a lot of new owners in the game right now. And that
Merry Christmas, everybody. My name is Karen, and I started in thestable.ca with First Glance, and I'm now up to 8 horses. Don't tell my husband, although he's loving every minute of it too. I used to work with the broodmares at Armbro, Cantario, Alabar, that sort of thing, but I never got into the racing, so I'm really enjoying this. And a highlight of it has been to go and meet Girl from Oz and Darren McCall down in Australia in February. I hope to get back there again. Meanwhile, Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're all doing good. My name's Mike Bell. My better half, Tina Moore, was not with me tonight to do this video. It's in sunny Florida. I'm home here in Westland, Michigan, taking care of the dogs. So, yeah, I'm in the doghouse. We have shares at First Glance, and we got shares into the winter group. It's been a blast this year. The work that the thestable.ca has done on these horses through this pandemic, it's been awesome, and it really shows. I'd like to wish you all happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year's. Be safe, God bless, and let's go win some more races.
Harness Racing Update is the sport's most comprehensive and timely news source. HRU covers the sport from all angles with news, features, photography, opinion, and analysis of racing. Also, HRU covers breeding and sales, as well as industry stories you need to know. It's all delivered by a deep, diverse, and talented team of writers and photographers. And the best news is that it's free to subscribe. Subscribe to HRU today for free at harnessracingupdate.com and see what everyone is talking about.
COSA, the Central Ontario Standardbred Association, proudly serving Ontario horse people with integrity and accountability. Collaborative, supportive, helping to ensure a vibrant harness racing industry. Lifetime membership is free and there are many benefits. Become a new member today. COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. To find out more, visit cosaonline.com.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We've got 3 sets down here on the 2020 thestable.ca Open House virtual edition, and I hope everyone's enjoying the great commentary, the great stories that Fred and Billy have been sharing, and we got more of that coming up. But we're going to join back up with Anthony McDonald following set number 3. I got a lot of questions about the upcoming set number 4, but before we move on to that, Anthony, give us an assessment of what we just saw.
Well, I was really happy with the creatine filly, Purple Aura. She's done her job great since day one. I wasn't surprised she did well. The horse that surprised me the most was the one I was sitting behind. This is a filly that really struggled when we broke her. She couldn't trot at all. And we actually had the hobbles on her like 3 weeks ago. And then it was only about a week ago we had been jogging her without them, and she seemed great. And today, to be quite frank, that's the first time she's ever seen speed like that. And it's not that we're going fast, but the first time you ask horses to train and stretch themselves out for an extended period of time, it's difficult, especially for young trotters, as you all can imagine. And she just ran in just a hair and rolled off in that turn. But man, she was really making it, and she's got that big, long, beautiful gait on her. I was very, very impressed with 1-2 Skip. I'm not saying that because we're trying to sell shares of her. She's been sold out for a long time. Just a filly that really, really impressed me. Just looking down the list, Daryl Thiessen was really happy with Tie One On. Now, for our clients that have any sort of memory, and if you don't, you can look at all the videos from last year or the year before on hey, Dano. You can look through all the videos, and her sister was Tipsy and Dixie, who made a lot of breaks last year. So I'm not really worried about Tie One On rolling off stride. I know Daryl said after she had caught back and thawed out a bit, she was great. So I'm certainly not concerned with her. Prairie Fire, I think, just over-trotted himself coming out of the turn in behind Purple Aura. And again, Purple Aura has done it easily and great since day one. So she's not an easy horse. You're just going to pop out of the hole and tackle. She's got a lot of talent, or she seems to anyway at this point. And she was certainly well within herself. You got to believe he's only had the hobbles on a couple of days, and we've just been showing him speed lately. So I would say he may be a couple of weeks behind the other horses, and he rolled off on Danny today. And James said Kathy with an eye was running in on the turns, rolled off in a couple of the turns, which, again, not super surprised with that. But a long year yet. This is a big, big giant filly on a half-mile track. I'm certainly not concerned with what she's doing in December. The fact that she understands what her work is and is willing to do it is a big, big step one and a hurdle that it takes some horses time to get over, and she's already over that.
Yeah, to your point, it's only December 18th, still very early in the process. As we move on to set number 4, I know we had a big focus on Ohio in that last set. Here we've got a trio of Ontario Sire Stakes eligibles, a couple Muscle Mass fillies. Muscle Mass had a tremendous year here in Ontario, so you have to be excited about these two fillies and what they could potentially do. And how about Resolve? Resolute Bay is by Resolve, and I've heard a lot of great reports to this point about Resolve.
Yeah, I mean, we have this colt here. This is a colt who's a half-brother to the veteran. A veteran who set a world record in Lexington this year. Paul Kelly has that horse, and Mark drives that horse quite a bit for him. So that horse caught my interest right away. The fact that we were able to secure the purchase of that horse for what I thought was quite a bit under what I thought he'd go for was a feather in our cap. I thought he looks really, really good. The horse that you're going to see in here that I'm going with, an Ohio bred, Voyage of Ice and Fire. He actually wears his hobbles a little tight. And I know a lot of people that have had horses for us or that have raced against us in various jurisdictions, said a couple of our trotters, they wear the hobbles a little tight. And I don't have a problem doing that. If it's going to help them trot, then I'm all for it. And as I said, you can always let the hobbles out looser or take them right off. So Voyage of Ice and Fire is a horse I like in here. Blue Bayou Dio is a Trixton filly. Now, for those of you who are breeders out there, you know that Trixton has moved to Ontario. So this horse, although is not an Ontario bred for this year, she is a New Jersey bred by Trixton. But Trixton is on his way to Ontario. And as you pointed out, the other two are three of them. One is an Indiana bred. Now, actually, Irv Miller owns half of or a quarter of Spent. He watched this horse go through the ring and then approached me after and said, geez, I thought that horse would go for a lot more money. Would you sell a quarter of them? Now, obviously, Irv trained some horses for us, so I'm pretty sure he was securing our Indiana horses for next year in doing so. But he, a really good-looking colt, too. And then you have the two fillies you spoke of, the two Muscle Mass fillies, Mischievous Rose, Tioga Sunshine. Jeff Gurrell was a breeder of Tioga Sunshine and actually retained a quarter of Tioga Sunshine. This is a filly that again, just one of those horses that just seems to do it right all the time. So I'm really happy with her. And then the other filly, Mischievous Rose, again, another horse that was privately sent here to us. One of our clients had sent this filly to us. Now, I didn't realize until after she had got here, the second dam is a sister to the mother of Globetrotting, who is pretty near and dear to our heart. A horse we raced in the Breeders' Crown eliminations at 2, and had been a good filly for us in Ohio. So a little bit of a previous connection with that particular horse. And Dr. Haley Moore, as I said, one of our clients had sent this filly here. I'm really excited to see her because she always does everything right. Also, Johnny gets along real good with her. So I'm interested to see. This is a good set, a good mix of horses. We have 3 Ontario breds, a New Jersey bred, an Ohio bred, and an Indiana bred in here. They'll be going out in just a second.
All right, so we're covering lots of ground. Looking forward to it. I'll let you get to it, Anthony, and we'll check in a little bit.
All right, thanks.
All right, so as Anthony alluded to, we've got set number 4 coming up in just a moment. If you're just joining us, you can head to thestable.ca, and that's where you'll be able to download a program, and you'll be able to follow along with all the action going on today. You'll be able to track each set. You'll see if there are shares available in each of the horses. As well, you'll be able to click on their names, and it'll take you right to their pedigree page. So we've got you covered. Great job put together there by Kelly Spencer. And it's just a real nice, resourceful tool, especially for somebody sitting not at the training center today, but from my home. So I hope everyone is enjoying what we've been presenting to this point. We're coming up next with set number 4, but we continue. For some of you, maybe new to the sport, we continue to learn a little bit about it. So in a moment, we'll get to another Harness 101.
We're back down in the barn area for the thestable.ca's open house. I'm here with Kirby McGinnis, and we're going to go through what a groom does in a day. So, Kirby, walk me through it. When you get here in the morning, what's the first thing you do?
First thing we do is feed all the horses in the barn. There's 60 up here in this top barn, or just under. And you feed them, bring them out, prep them for the track. We have a team of riders that take them out to the track. They train twice a week and jog the other 4 days. And you bring them in, you clean them up, put them away, take after their feet, their knees, any spots that need tending to on them. Most of them are pretty good so far at this time of year. And then at nighttime, you go to the races, because here Amy and Anthony have this whole barn full of babies, but as well shed rows with racehorses down below with Kevin and Jason. So then the nights is race time. So it's a full day. It's a full day here for the grooms, and there's a whole pile of us, and they go pretty hard. So that's what we do.
So how many horses do you take care of?
I take care of 5. I have 4 Ohio breds and 1 Indiana bred. I have all 5 2-year-olds up here.
And what is your favorite part about the job?
So we were talking earlier. My favorite part, and I think my favorite part is probably the same as almost everyone involved. All of our grooms, trainers, riders, drivers, for sure, and owners, is when those horses you've been working on since they were babies win their first race. It's pretty cool to see them progress. Even if it's not a big Grand Circuit race, even if it's just a maiden on the B tracks, it's really neat to see a horse win their first race. It's very rewarding. You're happy for the horse, happy for the owners, and that's what it's all about.
And you do get to see a lot of that as you are the shipper for thestable.ca.
Yeah, I'm the shipper, so I'm on the road all the time, and it's great. It's great taking them down, and like I said, some of the 2-year-olds, they might not race till 3, so even in the next year, if they come and win in a maiden or something like that, it's awesome. Everyone's happy when they win, obviously. So that's the name of the game.
Thank you for joining us and taking us through your day here at thestable.ca.
Hey, thanks for coming.
I don't think, Billy, anybody's going to hire me to be a shipper. I get lost in PEI.
No. Well, GPS is a great tool, Kathy's always telling me to go here and go there and stuff, and I always say, a long, long time ago, I started out in Nova Scotia, and I made it to here, so I'm okay. I'll find my way around here. I get lost, but you always kind of come out of it. I know the way back to my home, so. But
well, the only thing
no,
we're getting
ship,
lost.
there's a lot of.
Yeah, that shipping business, that's not for me. I can't do it.
No.
Anyway,
No,
let's get a look at set number 4.
It's a grind. Okay, here we go. We got
Village of
Voyage
Ice and
Fire here.
Voyage, exactly. Now,
Voyage,
I said before, look at the dream pine chip in the dam. Pine chip in the dam, gotta love it. I'm a pine chip man. Gotta give a check mark to that one right off the bat. The other one, Billy, I'm looking at is I didn't know this horse was in Ontario. Resolve. That's another Muscle Hill.
Yeah.
And
and a good
the
one.
veteran, I watched that race in Kentucky. Mark drove that horse, give him a lifetime record and a world record this fall in Kentucky. So I remember watching the race and I said afterwards, but it's a Muscle Mass. Right. And here's a Resolve, a Muscle Hill. I don't know where he stands in Ontario, but it just goes to show. All these sons of Muscle Hill, any of them could be a world-class sire. Any of them.
Oh, for sure. Every one. You know, now it depends on who you can breed them to, right? That's the key of, where do you breed a Muscle Hill? So, there's like a Swan for All. Right. You can do that. I mean, you're looking at those, right? I mean, there's all kinds of them. The Credit Winner, like you said, I looked him up. He's 23 years old, so he's coming to the end of his career as a stallion too, right? So, but there'll be something come along. You got Break the Bank. There's another one. Dream Vacation. Dream Vacation, by the way, is a very good broodmare sire, right? So, but that goes back to the Pine Chip. Yeah.
Yep. Billy, the other one I'm looking at is Swan for All. Now, you and I did a show here, it must be 4 or 5 years ago, and on that show was a colt called Swandre the Giant. He was bought and purchased by the thestable.ca, trained down, and then sent to the owners in Indiana. And he went on from there. He was a racing Grand Circuit winner, made and sold for $1 million. So Swan for All could be, well, I don't know who Anthony said owns part of him. Did he say Jeff Gurrell at the Meadowlands or Irv Miller maybe?
Yeah.
No, it's I don't
know. Irv Miller, owned 25%. Now that family, the No Pain, No Gain, I raced her last year.
Right.
And actually retired her and sent her home to be bred. And what a great gaited mare. Beautiful. She was a muscle Yankee. And she made almost $500,000, right? Beautiful mare. And she'll throw something someday pretty good, I think. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
There's another one there, Billy. I'm looking at Muscle Mass or Mischievous Rose. Muscle Mass had a big winner last year. That chap from the OSS Gold Finals won by Dashing Muscle. Made $169,000. So and more than that, Macho Marchini made $342. So another one that could be anything. And look at the dam. Donato Hanover. It's third fall.
Yeah.
3 falls, 1 winner. Vegas ticket, win a man of many missions, win as a tour on 58, made $64,000. So another one. Muscle Mass could be anything. What else do we got
Muscle
up there?
Mass.
Tioga
He's
Sunshine
he's done a great job.
Okay.
Tioga Sunshine. That would be the Gurrell horse, right? Tioga Sunshine. His farm is
there we go.
adjacent to Tioga Downs, right? That's the Lindy family. Like, there's some great horses. There's Crown Starlet. You look way down, like you said. I raced some of them. Like I raced Crown Starlet as a 2-year-old. She won Mary Annabelle. Right. Yeah.
Billy, I checked these out. Gail and I checked these out last night. Right. You're down on a lot of them. I said there's a lot more. I'd say 90% of them you drove for a winner somewhere in that pedigree. A good one.
Yeah.
A good one. I don't mean a little one. Well, the little ones wouldn't be there. So.
Yeah.
So who do you think owns a part of that? Billy Tioga Sunshine.
That's Jeff.
Who owns part of that?
Gurrell.
Jeff
Gurrell. The Little E stable, I think it's called, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So he retained a piece of it. Little E.L.
Little E.L. By the way, Jason Settlement. Jason Settlemore, that's down there, the general manager of the Meadowlands. He was great friends with Richard Bradley. I met Jason through Richard. Oh yeah, big time. Jason took me to. We went to dinner one night at the down in Columbus, and he said to me, "I'm taking somebody that knows more about sports than you do." And who did he ride with? Richard Bradley.
Oh yeah.
Richard is a very. Oh yeah, Richard's a real sports nut.
Yeah.
But anyways, I got a note last night from Mark Beckwith down in Pompano. He took 20 horses from Saratoga and went down there this year, but he's wanting me to give him some winners for Sunday afternoon's football. I gave him a big winner last week, but he probably blew it.
Yeah, he still likes that football, Mark, eh?
Yeah, I gave him a winner last week. He was what?
He was brought up in the shadows of Schaefer Stadium where the Patriots play, right? That's his dad raced horses at Foxborough. Oh yeah, Bert Beckwith is his dad. His grandfather, father raced horses. His uncle, but we were. Schaefer Stadium was in the same parking lot as the racetrack at Foxborough, right? Actually, the new stadium is on the racetrack where the racetrack was, and Mark spent his pretty much his younger life right there, right at Foxborough.
Yeah, I gave him a big winner last week. I told him Pittsburgh would get beat, and he's asking me for winners this week. And I know he's probably a New England fan, and sorry, but I don't think New England's going anywhere. They're playing in Miami. Miami should eat them up this year on Sunday afternoon. So, Mark, if you're watching down in Florida, Wally Hennessy, don't be silly and bet the Patriots. Miami at home in the wintertime, they'll eat New England. But anyway, we'll have some fun. I'll give them a couple more winners as the morning goes on just to keep them happy. So what do we got in here? What has James got? Blue Bayou. Anthony's got Voyage. Okay. Now, I don't know this guy. Tioga Sunshine. Daryl Thiessen, is it? Do you know that chap?
Daryl, yeah. He's from out west. He was believe it or not, this is a real easy business compared to where he came from. He was a rodeo clown. Young guy. No,
you got to be kidding me. You're making this up. You've been listening to Gary McDonald, I can tell you right now.
No, you ask Anthony when he comes on if Daryl wasn't a rodeo clown. I've never met him. I've talked to him a few times on the phone because he over some insurance thing, but seems like a nice young guy, and he's doing really well here, getting a lot of drives, and he's not driving the best horses in the race, but he's sure doing a lot of good with them. So,
well, that's nice to know.
Yeah. And who is he driving
what
here?
Not
in this race.
I'm sorry. He's in set number 4. I just saw his name down there in one of the other sets, and I'm saying to myself,
yeah,
who's this young fella? I've never heard of him before.
Yeah.
No, he's not in this. Who's in this one? Where was he in? I saw his name here somewhere on there.
Yeah,
that's why I brought it up.
He was in. He was in earlier too. I know, Daryl, and you got Mario. He's in the next one. He hasn't been out much yet. Amy's got another one in.
Yeah.
Must be Hill of Magic. I got them all in order here.
Okay, James.
Yeah.
I have him listed. He's down to drive Tioga Sunshine. That Daryl Thiessen. On set 4 on the screen here, there must have been a driver change from Travis Henry to Daryl Thiessen.
Oh, okay.
That's where I've got it. I've got the program. I'm looking at it, but I see set 4 on the big screen, so it's a driver change that I'm blaming Mark McKelvey.
I see. Yep, I see it now. Yeah, if we look at the screen instead of the program, we'll find out the updated changes.
Right. The updated driver changes. Okay, here they go. We're getting ready to go.
Here we
I'll
go.
leave it in your hands. I'm passing her over to you now, big fella.
Okay. All right, here we go. We got Resolute Bay, Danny O'Brien with that was driving. Well, we start from the inside out. Anthony's got the 1 in the red. James McDonald's got the 2 with the blue. Johnny McKinnon's got the 3 with green. Oh, I'm sorry. Travis Henry's a driver change there from Tioga Sunshine is Daryl Thiessen. And Spent is Brody LeCain. And the 6 is Resolute Bay with Danny O'Brien. I think that's a great idea to have those color-coded number pads on them. It was, if they had, numbers 1 through 6, it's so hard to follow, right? But these here is pretty cool. Maybe we should do that.
Pretty cool. That Anthony thinks of everything, doesn't he? That's probably Amy.
Yeah, well,
Amy's idea.
Well, you used to Rockingham Park years ago. You had your number pad and wheel discs were the same colors, right?
Well, isn't that something?
Yeah, just a bit of trivia. I'm so old. When I went to school, there was no history anyway. So,
Billy, most people are asking, "Where's Rockingham?"
Yeah, exactly.
What are you talking about? You mentioned these old tracks like Foxborough and Rockingham. Well, Plain Ridge is where Foxborough is. That's Foxborough today.
Kind of 8 miles away.
Yeah, up the road.
It's
yeah.
Same
location.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was. They built that right after Foxborough closed up, right? And I think the problem there was Mr. Kraft owned it. He couldn't own a race. He couldn't own a racetrack and a sports team at the same time, right? Same as the Woolworths, Norman Woolworth, when he's a brother friend. So there's Blue Bayou. He's on the run. Okay, the 3 here is going to the front. This Tioga Sunshine is. Now these young trotters, like if you're listening to Anthony, they're explaining what happened to a couple of them. These young trotters, if they start, they call it running in. If they start to go to the left in a turn, like that one they just did on the run, they can't sustain their trot when they're young like that. And I have no idea why. I just know they can't. And you have to, as they go faster and get more experience, you put rigging on them, you put a head pawl on the inside or a Murphy blind to keep their head cocked to the inside. As soon as they turn their head to the right, those young trotters, they seem like they run in the turns every time when they're young before they get acclimated. So this Tioga Sunshine, he trots like a dog going down the sidewalk, don't he? God, he's pretty impressive, that little guy, really.
Yeah.
His head down between his legs, which a lot of these trotters have to go with their heads a little bit higher to keep them balanced. That's a pretty nice horse, long barrel, pretty good pony. I wonder if Daryl sees a drive for him when Anthony's not around next summer. This is Green. This is Johnny Mac.
Okay, Johnny McKinnon.
Yeah, but that 3 is pretty impressive looking. That's a good family, though. I mean, that's a world-class family there. And they might not be the first dam or the second dam, but they show up. It'll come. You look at all these Hamiltonian winners. Yeah, they'll show up somewhere. Here's somebody coming on the outside. Is Anthony?
Looks like Anthony to me. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, it is. He's 3 wide.
Voice.
Now this thing of Daryl's here now. Daryl's going to get in trouble here. Whoa, Daryl. Yeah, it'd take a little bit too much hold of her, right?
Okay.
There we go. Now they're trotting good. This thing's going along pretty good right now.
Voyage of Ice and Fire. And just like you said, Billy,
another
look
one.
at
Good.
the money. Look at the first fall of the 3rd dam, 906,000. First fall of the 2nd dam, 566,000. So the first fall of this dam, 679,000. So this horse got the license to be any kind of colt. Any kind of call.
Oh yeah, they'll come from somewhere. You look back on them. There's money, like you said. There's money in the pedigree somewhere, and that's the key to it all, right?
Yep, they got the
Now
money.
these,
I remember going to a sale one.
Now,
keep going.
yeah, like this group here, like usually, I'm sure Anthony will do the same as everybody else did, but the ones that stayed at it this morning, that they'll put them in a set. They'll start separating these sets, so you'll have the more advanced ones to the least advanced ones. And today, it's early. It's only Christmas time, right? So say the middle of January, they'll start sorting them out. This one is a more advanced set to the least advanced set, and not that they're worse or better. It's just that they're not as far advanced at this point. It's like he was talking about that one. Yeah, that one filly that she was nothing special, didn't turn anybody's head. You put her in to go, and away she goes. And Jet Lag was a perfect example of that when he was a pacer. But I remember Brad and Linda brought him up to Meadowlands and said we can't get him beat 210 with him. He won in 2 minutes. He went on. He won $1.6 million. Yeah. But he wasn't much of a trainer.
He's a gray horse, right?
Yeah. They're the old cliche. They stop lying to you when you put them behind a gate in competition, and that's probably like anything, right? They don't lie no more.
That's about it.
Yeah, we've all had them. I remember having 3 of them one time, and we were training them. We were down at Rosecroft getting ready to baby race them. Said, we either got 3 nice colts or 2 colts and a filly, or we got 3 duds. We had 3 duds. So we put them into the competition, right? They were the talk of the place until we put them in competition. Yeah, we went home with their tail between our legs.
Oh, that's a rarity for you.
Well, no, those colts. I never professed to be a colt trainer. I like I said, I sent them to other people, and I wanted them back when they had a number pad and a race bike on them. But I never made any money in the daytime in my life. Anyway, my forte, I was like a cat burger. I made money at night, not in the daytime, right? So, and I liked it that way. There you go. See, they all jog along
Gary
here
McDonald,
nice and good manners.
Yeah. Gary McDonald couldn't spin a sentence like you like that. Cat burglar.
Right.
Just get Gary to check that one out.
Gary and I had a long talk when my Uncle Art passed away. All right.
Okay.
Bob Hutchison, North Ridgeville, Ohio. I want to wish for everyone faster horses, better wines, and more money. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Jason. We look forward to seeing everybody in the great state of Ohio next year. Merry Christmas.
Hi, everyone. It's Marcia Harmelenka from Kansas in the U.S. And I am thrilled to be able to say hello to everyone at thestable.ca. I've got my main girl, Holy Chick, along with Purple Aura, Resolute Bay, Rosie's Masterpiece, and Better Be Sawyer. I would like to wish everyone at thestable.ca a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I certainly hope to meet some of you in person next summer at the races. See you then.
The Raceway at Western Fair District will be spreading some added holiday cheer this season. On Sunday, December 20th, 8 of the province's top drivers will descend on London's half-mile oval in a head-to-head showdown, all in support of Toys for Tots. 4 of London's best and 4 of the best from Woodbine Mohawk Park will battle it out. But in the spirit of the season, all driving fees will go to support children in need. The first ever Drivers Holiday Challenge at the Raceway, Sunday, December 20th on COSA TV. Visit westernfairdistrict.com for details.
Welcome back, everybody. We're continuing on with the thestable.ca open house for 2020. Set number 4 just completed, and we're going to link back up now with Anthony McDonald. And Anthony was sitting behind Voyage of Ice and Fire. And this one looked nice. This trotter stack I've seen earlier in the morning.
He wore them kind of snug. You can see him coming. He's reaching for two. They're a little too tight on him. He might be a horse that ends up losing them in the next week or two. Just take them right off him. But man, oh man, he certainly can accelerate for a young horse only in December. He's kind of perfect, right? He follows, he accelerates, he understands his job, and he doesn't look for any of the bad things. Just see some of the horses. There's a gate coming out of the last turn where we come off the track. They all know where it is, so some of them will wander out that way. I was right up, not far from that gate in that set, and he never so much as looked at it. So those are the things that I'm happy with. I mean, the set in total. Johnny's horse, very, very happy with Mischievous Rose. This is a filly that is out of a sister to the mother of Globetrotting, and she was sent here. Haley Moore sent her here, and I'm sure Haley sitting at home should be pretty happy with the way that Mischievous Rose looked this morning. Who else do we have? Tioga Sunshine. She was the other muscle mass filly. She looked good, apparently. Spent. Resolute Bay rolled off a little bit. I think he just needs a little head pull or Murphy blind on the inside. This is a half-mile track. So if you get horses that are trying to learn how to accelerate and they get running in a little bit, it's going to be pretty easy for them to roll off stride. So probably just a little head pull on Resolute Bay, and that'll be it for him. But overall, I was very, very happy with the set in general.
Well, we're going to move on to set 5 in a second, but I got to clear something up because while you guys were out there with set number 4, Bill O'Donnell was explaining to Fred Daryl Thiessen's background in the rodeo as a rodeo clown, and I don't think Fred believed him. So, I mean, we need you just to confirm this. I know DT's story, but you might need to just clear this for Fred because
you know what? Let's get it right from the horse's mouth here. I know that Daryl was everybody called me a cowboy when I was driving, but he's legit. He's a legit cowboy. Where's Daryl at? Here he is, right here. Come on out here, Daryl. We need some confirmation here. Take the phone. Okay.
Oh, Daryl, welcome.
How's it going?
You're joining me. Good. You're joining the stable open house. So we're doing it virtually. We were talking a little bit about you. You know, you're helping out here this morning, and Bill O'Donnell was explaining a little bit of your background and how you ended up here in Ontario. For those watching from home, maybe tell us a little bit about your story and your past life before you came into harness racing.
Well, my previous career, I was a professional bullfighter. I did that all through my 20s pretty well, and when I was 27, decided I wanted to drive racehorses, so I needed to switch my focus towards that, and just started training a couple horses in Alberta and working for some people, and went to California for a winter, then ended up out here. But I did the bullfighter thing for almost a decade, and I was one of the top guys in the world for a while, and been to Vegas to the finals a couple times, and found a lot of success at it. But now my focus is here in Ontario and driving racehorses.
And having a real successful year. Saw you win a few races the other night at the raceway at Western Fair District. How about this morning? How are you enjoying this experience, and how do you like working with the young horses?
I love working with the young horses. It's it's something new every day. It's challenging. Their mindsets change every day, so it keeps you sharp. And time you come sit behind different horses, it makes you a better driver, makes you a better horseman, makes you be able to read horses better and react to certain situations. So the more horses you can sit behind, the better off you are.
All right, well, Daryl, we'll let you get back to it. Thanks for taking a second to hop on here. We appreciate it.
No problem, pal. Thank you.
All right, so I'm not sure if we're going to bring Anthony back in here. I think he might have run off. Who knows? We do have some questions for him about this set number 5, so we'll get Anthony back in here, because for those of you that have been a part of the stable for quite some time, you're definitely going to be familiar with a family of a horse coming up here in set number 5, and I'm sure Anthony knows which one I'll be talking about here, and that is here in set 5. We do have a sister to Lawmaker. What can you tell us about Isa 10?
Well, I'll tell you what, Isa 10 had a brother went through the sale last year, and his name's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, my wife was sitting beside me at the sale, and he went for too much money. He went for $60,000, and I let him go. That was a tense couple of minutes at the sale after that horse was sold and we didn't get him. So he didn't end up being as great this year. Maybe he's just got to mature. I'm not sure. But this filly looked a lot like Lawmaker, actually, maybe a little smaller and daintier. And we ended up buying her for a lot less than what we would have had to pay for the Declared Lawful. Huh, my memory's usually terrible. That's the name of the horse from last year. So this is the sister to Lawmaker, Declared Lawful, and a couple of the other horses. And she's really, really nice. Actually, it's funny you say that because I'm driving a full sister to Crystal Fashion, who I raced against with Lawmaker for all of his 2- and 3-year-old season. I only beat Crystal Fashion once, and I suspect he beat me a lot more times than I beat him. But those horses raced against each other. So Amy always goes with Eyes of 10. She loves her. She gets along really, really well with her. So she'll be going with her this morning. I'll be going with, as I said, Will to Win Hanover, who's a full sister to Crystal Fashion. James is going with a Cantab Hall horse from the Alarage consignment. This is a first foal out of a Muscle Hill mare. And Johnny's actually going with an Archangel filly, who's a first foal out of a Muscle Hill mare, also in here. Procrastinator with Scratchy, little temperature. So we're going with 5 in here, and the other one is Rose Above It. That also is a colt. First foal, if I'm not mistaken, he's a first foal. That mare is a sister to Muscle Massive. So again, a well-bred horse. A lot of talent, a lot of breeding in this set right here.
Yeah, I thought so. That seemed to really jump off the page when I was going through the pedigrees of this upcoming set. Very interested in that Cantab Hall colt that you mentioned, Ellis L out of Evelyn, that Grand Circuit winning mare. So I'm looking forward to it. This should be a good set, one that we can track for quite some time. So we'll let you get back to it. Thanks for taking a second to join us.
All right, take care.
All right, so we're going now into set number 5. Very intriguing group coming up here. We do have another prize to give away on this Friday now afternoon. So we'll check in a moment and just find out who our latest prize winner is. Once again, if you have any questions or comments that you want to share, make sure to leave them in the comments on our various live streams. If you have any questions you'd like us to ask for anybody, we'll do our best to pass those along. So we'll get to another prize winner in just a moment. It's been a great year in 2020. A trying year, no doubt about it, but there's lots of positives that we can take from it. So as we rewind things down, time to maybe take a little bit of a look back.
In 2020, our horses started in 8 jurisdictions across North America and Australia, and we welcomed our 800th client. Early in the year, we were awarded the Camfella Award, recognizing extreme recent meritorious service, effort, and dedication to Canadian harness racing. Thank you to all of our clients and staff for a great season in a year that was inherently difficult for everyone. Your enthusiasm invigorates our operation and our industry and illustrates every day the power of own a little, love it a lot. Here's a look back at some of the stable.ca's top performers from 2020.
My Jazz, no doubt about the winner. My Jazz, I am winning. Celebrate with me.
My Jazz had her owners bebopping all summer long in a freshman campaign that garnered a trio of firsts and thirds in just 8 starts for trainer Jason McGinnis. Her quickest clocking was at Northfield Park in her second Ohio Sire Stakes grab, a 4-length win in 157-1. She capped off her freshman year with a 13-1 win in the Ohio Breeders' Championship during Jug Week in Delaware. Racing exclusively in the Elimson finals of the Delaware Standardbred Breeders' Fund Series, Jazzy Judy won half of her 6 starts, bookending her rookie campaign in victories for trainer Jim King Jr. A 4.5-length romp over Dover Downs in the $100,000 final was the hit song in Jazzy Judy's debut album.
and No Free Lunch opens up.
No Free Lunch sported 6 top 3 finishes from 11 rookie starts in 2020. The son of Sunshine Beach was a 3-time victor over Woodbine Mohawk Park for trainer Harry Poulton. His maiden win came 6.5 lengths in 1:51.3. He showcased similar gusto in the second leg of the Harvest Series and finished second in the final.
Girl from Oz, Bravika tries hard on its inside, and they're clear then of Miss Sonic.
Girl from Oz became the Stable.ca's first Australian winner, capturing the pink bonnet during the Carnival of Miracles at Club Menangle in February. Driven and trained by Darren McCall, the Heston Blue Chip filly was a winner 2 weeks later at Bathurst in the Elim for the Gold Tiara and finished 4th in the final. She has 2 wins and 6 top 3 finishes from 12 starts to date.
It's Tipsy in Dixie to take command in deep stretch from McDonald.
Tipsy and Dixie delivered a sweet buzz to her owners in 2020, logging 7 starts, all in the Ontario Sire Stakes. She boasted 5 top 3 finishes for trainer Harry Poulton, including a trio of wins at 3 different Ontario tracks. Her fastest mile of 1:58.1 was trotted over Woodbine Mohawk Park in a 2.5 length score in eliminations for the OSS Grassroots Championship, in which she finished 4th in the dead heat the week later.
That's I'm a Lovely Lady, wish for more.
Buckeye Babe, I'm a Lovely Lady made 10 starts at 6 tracks in Ontario and Ohio this past year for trainer Jason McGuinness. Finishing in the top 3 in half of those races, she recorded a pair of wins on the Ohio Fair Circuit, first at Bowling Green and later at Upper Sandusky. The daughter of my MVP had lucrative runner-up finishes in the Ohio Sire Stakes at Northfield and in the Ohio Breeders' Championship during Jug Week in Delaware.
Here, Game On Girls is their second, but listen to Mama. Mama knows best.
Mama Knows Best kicked off her freshman campaign with a rousing win in her maiden start over Northfield Park in 1:58.2. The Uncle Peter filly would record a second win by 13 lengths at Mount Gilead and a trio of third-place finishes in Ohio Sire Stakes action, which included a fabulous effort in the year-end consolation for trainer Jason McGuinness.
Toward home, that's well and down, sister said. And
Well and Down was well-traveled in her rookie season, making 10 starts at 10 different racetracks in Ohio. 7 of those efforts landed in the top 3, including 4 wins for trainer Jason McGuinness. Her maiden victory in the Buckeye Stallion Series over Scioto Downs in 1:56.1 remained her fastest and was quickly followed up with a 9-length romp at Bowling Green. She recorded wins in the Fair Circuit at Mount Gilead and Upper Sandusky and earned a berth in the Buckeye Consolation at Dayton. Braemar raced the summer in Ontario for Harry Poulton and autumn in Pennsylvania for Tim Twaddle. 6 rookie outings yielded 2 wins over the Meadows and 2 runners-up for the Betting Line Sun. His maiden victory was in 1:53.4. 3 weeks later, he was the winner by a neck in 1:53.3, his season's best. Despite a short season, I Glare AM made her mark. From just 4 starts, the Southwind Frank filly captured a 3-length maiden win in 1:58 for trainer Tim Twaddle. 2 weeks later, she trotted to a runner-up score in the Simpson Stakes over Harrah's Philadelphia. Own a little and love it a lot. Clients of thestable.ca have access to several online services in their user account. Once logged in, users can buy and sell shares with fellow clients in our private market, access and pay their monthly invoices, and receive updates including photos and videos, race lines, and live pedigrees for each horse. Clients can also interact with each other in the online community message board. thestable.ca. Own a little, love it a lot. Own a little and love it a lot. Clients of thestable.ca
Well, Fred, here we go again. We're at set number 5. This is a really royally bred bunch of colts and fillies here in this with trotters. Just starting with the first one, LSL. Great families here. You go down, like you go way down, like to the next dam. That's like foundation mares, they call them, right? Bedell, she's the dam of Donna Rail, Gramola. You got a great family, history there, and it, like I said, it'll breed on. Oh, before we get started, I got to apologize to Daryl for calling him a clown. I didn't mean he was a clown, but I think was what someone told me. He was a rodeo clown. He's a bullfighter. Seems a whole lot better than a clown. So anyway, Daryl, sorry for that. From now on, when someone asks me who you are, I'll say he was a bullfighter and a champion bullfighter, by the way. So. And they are bullfighters. If you see them, once those guys get bucked off and they got to, take those bulls' attention away from killing the guy that they just bucked off, it's I can't imagine. You got to be, you got to have good reflexes and a lot of nerve, I would say, to do something like that. So anyway,
it sounds better though, Billy. It sounds better. What?
Well,
bullfighter is better than a clown.
Oh,
the clown
way.
saves
Yeah,
lives.
absolutely. Yeah, exactly. No, absolutely. But they're quite a breed. I would suspect those bull riders too. I mean, I watch the rodeos and the bareback and the saddle broncs and stuff like that. But that bull riding, man, that's the toughest one of all, I think. Right? That's the one that sorts them in from the boys.
We don't have many. We don't have many bullfights or bull. What do you call them? Wrestling bulls or anything like that down in PEI. I haven't seen a circus down here like that ever. But anyway, that's what you miss, I guess, out west. You're a cowboy out west. You're gonna ride those broncs.
Yeah.
Anyway,
sure.
This story. Our old pal Dream Vacation shows up in this one, LSL again. What a family, though, Billy. You're right on. It's just unbelievable family. Crystal Fashion. Well, I mean, what can you say?
Well,
Rose
right
Cantab
straight
Hall.
down the road. Yeah, absolutely.
Cantab Hall. Pine Chip shows up in the third dam on that one, and we see Pine Chip again somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sturdy breed,
he's not going to show up.
He was a big, strong horse, Pine Chip, right? And Dream Vacation too. I drove him one time for John, for the elimination for the Maple Leaf Trot or something. I said, boy, I was impressed with him. He was a big, strong horse. Not the soundest thing in the world, I guess, but he didn't race a lot. But he was a good horse, very good horse. He was second to Vereen, I think, at the Meadowlands when he set a world's record there at 151.
In the International Trot.
No,
when
just
Vereen
in the
was
Nat
there?
Ray, I think it was called. No, Nat Ray and Hamiltonian Day when Vereen
right.
made his only.
Yeah.
He was. I think John was driving Dream Vacation that year. He finished second to him, I believe.
It's funny now. The first one, LSL, we have a reverse. We have Muscle Hill as a broodmare sire.
Yeah.
This is Sir Evelyn's first foal on Muscle Hill. So.
Sure.
Out of a Dream Vacation.
Yeah,
so this looks like one that you and I'd be bidding on. I can tell you. I wouldn't have the money. I don't have your money. So the Will to Win Hanover is another one. Look at this, Crystal Fashion.
Yeah.
So you're right. This is some kind of group.
Oh yeah, this is the A group. I would go. So I don't know about performance, but Crystal Fashion. I mean, he's a great horse too, right? Then you go on to Rose Above It, another one. Great family, Grateful Touch goes all the way back to Peridot. That's a Green Speed family, prolific lady. I mean, Marita's Victory, you name them. And there's been some great horses in this pedigree too, right? Muscle Massive, they're all in there. Yeah, quite a group. That's
there's
the kicker here. He's eligible to Pennsylvania and Kentucky, right? So that's That's a big point there too, right? So then you go on to Arch Rainbow. It's an Ontario sire, an Archangel. He's a fairly young sire around here. I think he bred some mares one year. He retired, and then he come back to race for a year, and then he ended up here in Ontario. So he's done a pretty good
small
job
numbers.
around here.
He did. Yeah, I don't think he had major, massive numbers to start with, did he, Archangel? I'm not sure.
No, and he's out of a Muscle Hill mare too, right? Yeah, these are young mares that first foals. So we'll see how they fare off, and you have to breed them to an outcross stallion, which is him.
Yep. Look!
Now eyes
what
of
the
10.
Hill. There's another. This another one, Billy.
Good horse,
what
right?
the Hill stands down in Ohio. That's the horse that win the Hamiltonian gets set back. What the Hill? Did I get the right horse?
Yep. That's him.
I think
Bad call.
Yeah. And not only that,
opinion,
look who he is. I agree 100%. Dave Miller drove him that day, and he came out, and the horse on the outside was. I remember the race. I didn't like the call either. So you got Lawmaker. That's the brother. What the Hill brother to Lawmaker? What's that?
Well,
Billy?
he was a stable.ca horse, a real nice horse, really a nice horse. I think he's been since exported to Sweden, I believe. Pretty good horse for the stable. So, and down the bottom, I raced OU Gus, OU Man. Yeah, good family.
As I said, Billy.
Very good family.
I knew you raced all these horses stuff. You don't want to go looking too far, Billy, because the fourth dam, I think you get some of them too.
Yeah, you got to go down. The page got to get longer, right? For me now, the ones I did race and the ones I watched race. Yeah. We got to get like Sable Hanover, great family again. Sable Vision was a great horse by him. Lady Hathaway, that family. That's a great foundation family too, right? And that's a pacer.
Now, what the hell? It's going to be interesting, Billy. But what the hell? It's going to be interesting with him. This is his first crop. Gotta like him.
Yeah.
Really and truly, I think.
Oh,
well,
for
he's
sure.
What the hell? He's a muscle. Be anything.
Well, he talking about hobbles. He wore hobbles. They took the hobbles off in the second heat, right? At the Meadowlands. They took everything off, and that was the horse that he wear everything the first heat, and then they took everything off him, raced in the second heat with no hobbles, and he won, but got taken down. I think that was the horse, right?
Oh yes, yep.
Yep.
Yeah. And then the last one, Procrastinator, is that one in this set? Yeah, it's Mario's on him. He's
he's
down by the seaside.
Pacer. He's a pacer, not a trotter. This
Pacer.
One, right? He's a high.
Yeah. It's a little
down by the
different.
seaside. Yeah. He's down by the seaside. His colts sold tremendous this year. Tremendous. Big money. I think they.
Yeah.
There was 4 or 5 of them in the Ohio sale that sold for over 100,000, right? But this is that good family, that Sable Vision family, Lady Hathaway. There's some great horses in that family.
Royal Majesty, and absolutely. So, again, it's a big family, lots of money, anything's possible.
I don't know
Here
if we only got 4 on the track. Only 4 on the track here. Is there a couple scratches here? We weren't updated with the
we must have
with the changes.
I don't know. Okay, I missed out in that one. Will I get my pencil? 5.
Okay, it's Johnny McKinnon there in the back. It's he's there with we get the side view here. We get the color, then we can follow along a little bit better.
Well, it looks like you got a great day up there. It's there's no snow, no wind, no rain. The track's good. It looks good.
Yeah, we even got a sun. We got a sunny day, which is unusual for between November and April in Ontario or Canada, right? Yeah, beautiful day. Like Anthony said, no wind, a little chilly, but it is December, right?
Where is it?
So we got
the outside with the horse in the blue.
I think
the blue horse. Will
Travis,
Hanover.
I think our bull rider is on the 3. I think. Yeah, that's Daryl Thiessen on there. Yeah, that's him there.
Rose
Travis,
above it. That's our man. That's the bullfighter you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the
Rose
bullfighter.
above it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Jesus, he got some kind of family. Out of a young Muscle Hill mare, only one foal, but look at the family. Muscle, massive, Keystone, active, Grace. Wow. Anyway, it looks like they got some dandy.
family.
They probably got this. This is probably the best group of quality-wise pedigrees that they've ever had. Just from looking at the numbers.
Well, you get like Anthony said in the beginning, like they didn't have a lot of money to start with, and they bought what they could. Now you got more money, you buy better breeding and better conformation. You have more money to spend. Period. Right now, look at these colts here. I don't think there's a pair of hobbles in any of them. Right? They're all free. Yeah, I don't think none of them have hobbles on.
No.
So there's 1, 2, 3. There's one missing, I think, isn't there?
That's the pacer, procrastinator. It looks like he's out.
Well,
it's procrastinator, the pacer. That's who we're missing, Billy, is the pacer in there. No, he's down by the seaside.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
No. Okay, he's
We're
out.
going to have to, we'll give, who's responsible for that? Anthony, Amy, Mark McKelvey? I don't know.
No, Anthony's the idea man. He's a delegator. No, he's not taking any blame.
No. You're going to blame Amy. All right.
Yeah, I think he seems to like to blame James for a lot of stuff. So I know.
No, he likes
he might
to do
get
that,
the blame for it. Yeah. Okay, so that's the bullfighter on the front.
Amy's got eyes at 10 now. That she's in the purple there.
Yeah, that's the
pink,
one.
The pink, rather. That's the
I think the lawmaker was.
brother.
Yeah, I think sister, right? I think lawmaker was one of Amy's. One of Amy's favorites. So I think this
is
one
that
that Daryl has here.
Oh yeah.
I think so, yeah. Now, Daryl Thiessen, now he wouldn't have, unless in California, but out west, you don't have any trotters out in the west, right? So he would be very, very inexperienced with trotters until he came here, which I'm sure he's getting lots of experience with them now because they just don't have trotters out there. Now that's a good looking colt, eh?
Yeah, where's Billy? They don't have many trotters out in the West Coast, out west.
None. They don't have any.
None.
No, Calgary. Wow. They don't race trotters. The odd one, my uncle was out there. He had one years ago. She was a Harold J. Well, he's a trot and bred horse, but he threw a lot of pacers, and he sold her to. Actually, sold her to Meadowlands. John Campbell bought her. And she wasn't a bad mare. She was racing against pacers out there, right? So she ended up being pretty good. But very few of them, very few trotters.
When Jamie McDonald, or a fellow, Jamie was doing the interview with Harry Fulton, she was talking about double-gated horses. Well, there was one that raced down at Sackville Downs in one of those big races, high level. High level was double-gated. He was in the trot and pace.
That was a Clearview stable horse that Earl Avery trained, yeah. I saw him race way back in the 60s in the Canadian Pacing Derby up here. He was on the pace then.
Well,
but he was a high-class horse. So.
Oh, high level?
Now, this one here, Now, Anthony's the one Anthony's got here. See, Anthony, he knows. See how he's keeping his head to the left in the turns there?
Yeah.
But once they go the other way, they're done. Once they start running in, like he says, if they go to the left of the turns for whatever reason, whether it's the bank of the track or whoop, 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 whoop. There he goes. He took a little duck sideways there. So there's Johnny McKinnon. That's whoa. See, now Johnny's ran and then Daryl's ran. It's called a sympathy. That's called a sympathy break. The second one ran because he saw the first one run. This one of Anthony's, he's trotting good too, eh?
Oh yeah.
This is that Willtown Hanover.
Will to win. Will to win. Will to win Hanover. I don't think anybody be sitting up behind him for the next little while. Anthony be steering this fella all along.
He likes him, eh?
He'll like him after today, and Amy won't be getting that. Amy won't be getting that drive back. Yeah, you never know. Just all you can do at this point in time, Billy, is hope for the best. Everybody's got a world champion this time of the year. You go down to the track, and they're all happy. This guy's got to be something. And you go down that road so many times to say, well, I say to my brother, you'll find out when that bugle blows Old Home Week what you got.
Put them behind a gate. They stop lying. And they, if you don't like them this time of year, chances are you're not going to like them in June, right? So
it's exactly, that's exactly right.
Where did Amy
listen,
get
I meant to ask you. We said a few words about Joe DeFrank. What about Bill Robinson, another guy that passed away?
Yes, sir, boys. Great horseman, great trainer. I raced a lot of horses for him back in the Meadowlands days, and great trainer. Brought horses. I mean, they looked great. They were trained up good. They were geared up good. Great competitor. He ran a great outfit. He had a beautiful farm, and he had he could run. He could really run a big stable. No, he sold that a few years ago.
He sold it, did he?
It's not. Yeah, he sold it to some people. Last time I was by there, they were just. It looks like a tree farm now, right? The barn's still there and stuff, and I think Carol still lives on the other end of the farm there, and. But no, they've been off there for quite a while.
We didn't even know he was sick until we picked the paper up this past week, and there it was in Standard Bread and a web page about his passing. Hey, must have been sick all along, was he, for a while? Or?
Yeah, Parkinson's disease, I think, for a long time, yeah.
Oh,
for a long time.
Isn't that awful? That's too bad.
That's a terrible disease.
Billy, I noticed also, Billy, that in St. John, Huey Fitzpatrick passed away, and I know you sent a note. I saw your note to the Standard Bread Canada webpage. You remember Huey Fitzpatrick?
Yeah. I remember Huey just through my Uncle Art Porter when he worked for Milton Downey way back in the 50s, right? And Huey's father, Harry, I guess his name was, right? His dad. And they were great friends, right, for forever. So I just know that name, and then since then, I know Huey and his son at Huey, and he was up here a couple years ago. Actually, he was at the O'Brien's or Hall of Fame dinner, I think, and he bought a box for the clubhouse here at Mohawk, and we all were invited. Huey invited us. His son Huey invited us up, and he couldn't come. He wasn't feeling good at the time. That was a year ago, last fall, I guess it was, or 2 years ago, last fall. But he loved the business.
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to argue with him all the time. I'd get him going and tell him about the Tory government here was the best we ever had, and I knew he was a big liberal out of St. John, so. To get him going,
right?
And he'd ship into Paul McDonald's barn, and he's opened up the trunk, and he'd have a case of O'Derby's Irish liqueur or something Irish anyway. But he was a colorful character, Huey.
Yeah, well, for sure.
Now, did you say the son is still up there?
No, he's in St. John. He's back home, but he had been up here he worked for Mike McDonald for quite a while. Yeah, he was working for Mike for quite a while. Then he was over here, and he had a decent filly a couple of years ago that I think he and his dad owned it, and he went back home. I was talking to him when his dad passed away, but they're in the funeral business, right?
Yeah.
We have Ricky McPhee joining us here at the thestable.ca's open house, and we're going to go over some racing terms. The first one we're going to go over is first over.
First over is, say the horses are all racing single file. The first horse to move, he's heading for the front. He's first over.
And second over?
Second over is a horse that will be following him, which is a much better trip. Not many horses first over can hang on to win.
What about a pocket trip?
Pocket's just sitting behind the leader. Basically, it's just getting towed along, and that's your pocket trip.
And pulling the plugs?
Horses where the plugs kind of keeps them a little calmer. There's not as much noise. There's a string runs back to the bike. When the driver wants the horse to accelerate a bit, he just kick the cord. It unplugs the plugs, and he hears better, and he'll mostly go faster.
And what about undercover?
Undercover is just you're getting a good trip, like you're sitting 2 or 3 behind a horse on the outside. Is mainly you call undercover. And that's all it is.
Thank you so much for joining us here and going over some of the common used racing terms.
Thank you.
All right, we're continuing on this morning here with the thestable.ca open house. We've got 5 sets down, 3 to go. Hope you're enjoying our presentation. It's been a lot of fun this morning. Lots of intriguing youngsters that we've had a chance to look at, and we're going to bring Anthony McDonald back in, and we definitely got to ask him about the youngster that he was sitting behind, that being the sibling to Crystal Fashion, who harness racing fans are very familiar with. And Anthony, we saw you there for a little bit, really going to lean into the left there. Was that just to try and get around the turns to avoid him rolling off?
She's just really green. She's got a couple of splints that bother her, one on each front leg, and she wanders an awful lot for even for being green. So I said to James, those splints probably bother her a little bit. We'll likely have to get those cryoed, but lots of speed, lots of talent. She's a legit nice filly. But like you said, it's December. She's just learning how to do it. She's eager to do it, a little too eager sometimes, but she's very, very eager to do it.
Right. So, I mean, that filly, I think we were all very impressed with her. Didn't notice any trotting hobbles with this group. And I know we've already talked a little bit about that, but this group, you haven't had to go there just yet?
No. Everybody in that group's been pretty good that way. We're working diligently here to put a governor on Daryl Teason's jog card for the next set after that. But I was very happy with the horse he went with Rosabella. He let him trot along a little bit, and as you said, no trot hobbles because they're all pretty smooth gated, pretty smart horses. So definitely a set of horses, really top to bottom right there, that a lot of people are going to look at. The horse that really caught my eye, to be honest, was the New York Angel filly. That's the filly, first foal out of a Muscle Hill mare. Man, oh man, she just rolled off. Johnny said she just threw her head and rolled off, and then finishing up, she just stormed through the inside. She looked good.
All right, so we're going to move on to set number 6 and 3-point blue chip. This one right here jumps off the page, a sibling to Plunge Blue Chip, also a Walner. Let's talk about this guy because I think a lot are very intrigued to see him.
Every year since we started the stable, every year we've had clients that have said, what if we just get, a little better horse, a little better pedigree and see what happens. And as a trainer, you always want that, but it's not something that's easy to find. And it's not just as easy as to go out and put your hand up and buy an expensive horse. We're a value-based purchasing stable. And when you look at this horse's pedigree, I just thought he was worth a lot of money to begin with. Certainly a lot more than we paid for him. The most expensive horse we've ever bought. But at the same time, if you're going to the sale to try and buy a Walner or blue chip, you better be packing a really sizable chip. And I still think we bought him for a lot less than what I thought he was worth. So from both buying a top pedigree sire horse and also purchasing in a value way, I think we did pretty good with this guy. He's everything good. I've been really, really happy with him.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing him, and maybe just talk a little bit about your approach at the yearling sales, because I know there's probably not many that would view as many yearlings as you do over the yearling sale season. When you see a horse, though, and I'm sure you can judge, what their value is probably going to be, what the hammer's probably going to fall at. But do you go look at some of those horses that are potentially going to bring $200,000-$300,000 just in case?
Well, sure I do. This was a horse. That was the exact case with this horse. I had looked at him. I thought he was going to probably bring. I thought he'd bring around 300,000, which was certainly well outside of the purview that we were willing to spend or able to spend.
So yeah, my approach is a little bit different than anybody else's. I almost look at every horse and price every single horse that interests me in any way, shape, or form. And then as the sale progresses, especially bigger sales, you'll take a look at the horses, and if they go for less than what we price them at, then they're theoretically in play. And that's kind of how I look at it. I don't go to the sale looking for a horse or a pedigree or anything like that. We price what's in front of us, and we take what's offered. And I think the offering on 3.3 Chip was simply lower than he should have went for. So that's the reason he's here today, and we're very fortunate and very lucky that in that particular instance that it worked out that way. So we're always looking for the most value we can find. I guess is the easiest way to put it.
Lastly, before I let you go for this set, I want to ask you about Twinbee Habanero out of So Surreal. This one, a New York eligible, and the bloodlines run deep. Third Dams Roadie in Hanover. I mean, there's a lot in this pedigree. So Surreal, maybe a little bit of an underrated stallion as well in New York.
Yeah, I mean, he's done great things in New York, and the McNivens do such a great job raising their horses. This guy is a beautiful colt, but he's a big boy. So really, just for most of the horses in this set, these guys, you're not going to see them train very hard. This is a set more along the lines of continuing to teach them. Luck of the Dragon, I mean, here's a colt out of a mare that we know very well here in Ontario, Luck of Michelle. There's a lot of horses in here with lots of pedigree, but at the same time, we're always trying to teach them, and this is a learning set for sure.
All right, well, get to it. We'll look forward to seeing this set number 6. All right, so we'll continue on with the thestable.ca open house. But before we do move on to set number 6, I believe we have another prize winner that we are going to announce in just a moment. And who doesn't love a list? Who doesn't love a good old top 10? Let's check one out right now.
Hi, I'm Harry Fulton, and this is Can't Muscle Me. We'd just like to wish all our clients a happy holiday and a happy new year.
Allô, mon nom est Nelly, c'est Capistrano. Nous voulons vous souhaiter à tous les clients de The Stable un joyeux Noël et une très bonne année.
Hi, I'm Cindy Acton, and this is Fox Valley Britska. We work for thestable.ca, and I would like to wish all of our clients a wonderful holiday season and a happy new year. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jason McGinnis, and this is Yes. We're just wishing... Hi, this is Jason McGinnis. Hi, I'm Jason McGinnis, and this is Yes. We're just wishing... 2, 1. Hi, I'm Jason McGinnis, and this is Yes. And we're wanting to wish all of our clients a very happy holiday season and a happy new year.
Hey everyone, I'm here with our Ohio-bred yearling filly, Sweet on Pete, and we're wishing you a happy holiday and a safe new year, and hopefully we can see you out at the tracks next year. Take care.
Hi, I'm Ollie, and this is Glancy. We want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas.
So, Anthony McDonald scores here with 9-5 shot, the wagering second choice, final answer.
You know, there's a number of affiliate associations and organizations and companies that play a major role, not just with thestable.ca, but in racing. OSAS, the Ontario Standardbred Adoption Society, is one of those. As you can imagine, we have a lot of horses, and we have a lot of horses that pass through the doors of thestable.ca over the years. And once in a while, we'll have a horse that will get injured in such a manner that horse is still fine. It's a useful horse, but not going to be a racehorse anymore
one of those horses was one of our horses named Final Answer a couple of years ago, and we were very lucky to have Joanne and her colleagues take the horse under their wings and provide a good, safe home for him. He's a good horse for us and deserved to be a good horse for somebody else. So a very, very important organization. They play a very, very important role, not just with the stable, but in horse racing in general. So thank you very much to the people that volunteer, work at, and provide the safety for our horses when they are done racing. So OSAS, a big, big role in horse racing. Thank you very much, Joanne, for all you do.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
Success.
Okay, Fred, we're back at it here. This is an elite group too. I mean, the breeding here is on these horses. It's a big improvement over the years. You can see it every year, getting better. Like the first one we got is by So Surreal, he was a good young horse, and he's a New York Sire, does really well, and they've gotten better every year too. He's getting better mares, I'm sure, each year. But this one, what a family here on the bottom end of this one here, right? This Western Heat family.
You must
goes back Western Hanover, Camps Caretaker.
Yeah. I was going to say, Billy, you must have driven about half a dozen on the second page, on the second dam. You must have driven at least half a dozen of those.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Rolly
Absolutely.
Janet Beauty. Yeah. Anyway, that's So Surreal is a very underrated sire, very good sire in New York. So this colt could be anything really. So Surreal has been throwing a lot of nice money winners. Number 2 is a Hill of Magic, another What the Hill. What the Hill at a Cadabra mare. Gotta love that. And we got Granite Hill, another What the Hill, and then okay, far away, Billy.
This is a mixed bag here. They're trotters and pacers both. So
yep.
I mean, this pretty impressive looking at pedigrees on these ones here too, right? It looks like the Walner colt that Anthony spoke about there out of Plunge Blue Chip, who was she was overshadowed by a couple of real good trotting mares here the last couple of years, and but she knocked on their door and she won Kentucky Futurity, I think, right? As a 3-year-old, and been a great mare, really a good mare, and goes back to Mr. Muscle Man, and anybody that was around racing when he was around a few years ago don't need any him. He made $3.5 million too, right? So great family. Another one, Luck of the Dragon, like Anthony said, out of Luck of Michelle, was a local mare around here when she was a 2- and 3-year-old. In the sire stake to John Pentland trained, and she ended up, I think she went to the Burke Spotter, and she raced, and she made 800 and some thousand. Fear the Dragon, I think another first year sire, goes back to Jeff's Magic Trick. That's the Cam Karchak family. So
yeah,
pretty good looking bunch of pedigrees here. Very good.
I'm looking, Billy, at the second dam, Luck of the Dragon, Michelle's Destiny, Arts Play, 2-year-old pace of the year. I look at one of her foals. Her second foal is Collective Wisdom, an American Ideal mare that Bruce Wood from Woodmere Farms bought her 2 years ago, and she's racing in the open mares down here in PEI. Very nice mare, very nice mare. So Bruce is an eye for horses and pedigrees, so he made another coup here buying this mare with that kind of pedigree.
Well, that's how you improve your breeds like that and take them home and breed them to your local stallions, and pretty you've got a whole sire stake group, right, that are upgrading and breeding wise, speed wise, and you have a market for those horses. You know, in the Maritimes, like a lot of places, after they're 2- and 3-year-olds, there's not much racing for them in overnights, and you have a market for them for this part of the world, right? They can come up here and race on this circuit or the B circuit up here, and
because there's 3 or 4 raced the other night in the in that series, the valedictory series. They have 3 or 4 legs, and three or four Harry S or whatever his name is. I think he's another one. Mr. Kelly, Windermere Frank. They all raced in Toronto the other night, and for the first starts, I thought they all raced very well. They went in 51. They're not used to that big long stretch at Mohawk, but they acquitted themselves well, and I expect they'll get better and better as time goes on.
Well, when you take them from small tracks to the big tracks, it needs a start or two to stretch them out, right? It's like you said, it's a lot more speed. They're going, racing the quarter in the last 3/8 here, especially at Mohawk. It's tough on them. They got to get their wind under them, and for them, and their legs under them, and they got to, one of the best mare in Ontario right now, or Canada, is So Much More. She came from the Maritimes. She raced down there when she was young and was bought up here in Ontario, and what a mare she's been. She beat the boys in the Invitational here, which you don't see very, very seldom happens. But actually, James drives her all the time. She's a great mare. And
that's So Much
she
More.
Races,
she's a big Jim.
Yeah,
she
good
was
mare.
actually bred down here.
And,
the McPhee's bred her. They bred her here, raced her here. Tommy Weatherby, I think, broke and trained her, and then they sent her up. But she's in to go this weekend on open mare, since she drew the outside. So
I don't know if she drew it or they gave it to her. It might be a handicap, right? I never even looked at the conditions, but she's been handicapped when she's in with the mares.
I was being nice to you, Billy. I did look at the conditions. It is a handicap.
Yeah.
I tried to sneak that one in on you. By the way, I want to thank you for supporting the Atlantic Post calls. Our Christmas paper had some support from COSA, and that's you. So thank you very much for that. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you. So thanks again.
Well, you're welcome. The more you can get out in front of people and through Atlantic Post calls is one way of doing it. With Trot Magazine and Hoofbeats and Horseman Fair Update, which is online paper, which is that to me. I mean, I look forward every weekend to read that. So it's become like the old Horseman Fair World and Harness Horse, waiting at the mailbox for them, right? So now you wait for your email to pop up on Sunday morning. That's the more the better. The more you get out there. We also, like at COSA, we've done 12 or 13 shows. Curtis, actually, your son, is produced for us this year, and some of the big races. We got great response from that, positive response actually. So I think that helps, and it's on the Facebook and it's on YouTube. It's kind of gaining some momentum. I think people really like it, and for the horse people mainly, I guess. But it's there.
Well, it all
wants to
helps
watch
down
it.
here. It helps down here, and as a result of all those things, Billy, you see more and more people forming ownership groups. I see the hockey guys at UPEI, Forby McPherson and Kent McDonald, and Bernie them. There's 6 or 7 of them ex-hockey. Jason Rice. There's 6 or 7 of them got together and they bought a horse with Mark Campbell. Arc Light, the mare, she races the open mare. They're having a field day, and that's Brad Campbell and them. He's a dentist down there that played. All of them played hockey at UPI or Sherwood Parkdale, and they got together and bought a horse. So they're having a field day. There's no hockey now because it's closed because of COVID, but they're But they're at the track watching their mare race. So all new ownership. There must be at least 10 that I know of down here. All new owners, new blood.
Good.
And who's at the track with
that's
them?
how you
All
get,
kids. So.
Yeah. No, that's how you gotta. This fractional ownership. It's a great idea. It doesn't cost you a fortune to get in. You got an interest, whether you own 1% or 100% of a horse. Justified. He was a perfect example. Was that the horse that won the Good Thoroughbred, where they had the 1,000 people that owned a piece of him there this year?
Oh yes, right. Yeah.
So it's
So
a
all
good
that
way of
stuff
getting
helps.
people's interest. Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
the one thing about it, when they're at the track, the kids are at the track. Little kids, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They're all at the track cheering for their horse. And where are they going to be?
Yeah.
They'll be buying horses sometime down the road.
Yeah, hopefully.
So
Yeah,
anyway,
that's how we all started, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Wally McGinnis used to lug me at the track every day.
Well, I know I probably did the same thing when I was young, but I didn't have much of a choice sometimes. It wasn't, do you want to go feed the horses? It was, go feed the horses. But anyway, I never minded. Here we go. Here we go at this group here now. We've got James has got he's got the red on. Hill of Magic. Amy's got Hill of Magic. Twinbee Habanero. Granite Hill is Travis. I think that's probably Daryl, right? I don't think Travis is here, but
no. You mean you mean the bullfighter?
That's Johnny. Maybe Johnny. Yeah, that's terrible. Me calling him a clown, right? That's terrible. I feel bad.
No.
I'm glad he clarified
that's not clowns. Clowns. They save lives. They save the guy from getting gored.
Yeah,
so when
for
run
sure.
over.
I appreciate them. Well, here we go. I think that's.
I can imagine.
I think down to the inside there with the blue with the white across the back. I think that's Johnny McKinnon. I think. We'll keep an eye on it here anyway. So
like
now they're
Anthony
just starting out going the right way. He's been on there before. Yeah, he likes that front, right?
Yeah.
So he's got the trotter, the Walner, right? That's the plunge blue chip brother.
Yeah. 3-point blue chip, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. That might be the one.
It looks like James.
I can't get a good look. I got them on the big screen. It's about 15 feet away, and my eyes aren't the best.
So. Screen too. But it is amazing, though, Billy. They're all on gate. They're all moving right along, and a nice group, nice compact group, learning to race from behind and with other horses outside them and in front of them and beside them. So that's all good. It's a learning experience.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And, they're just barely steerable at this point too, right? I mean, these horses are pretty well broke and ready to go, right? It's just a matter of getting their legs under them and getting their wind, and away you go. You get a foundation, they call it, right? This is giving him the foundation. So the white is, I don't know who that is.
The white is, I don't know who Granite Hill is.
That's Daryl.
I thought.
He's got the
Daryl
black. Yeah.
I don't know if he's ever going to live this one down. I'll just say, when I go up there, I'm going to say, I'm looking for the clown. Where's he at? He'll look at me and say, and I'm going to say the same thing. I said, hey, you save lives, my man. That's a compliment, not a negative.
Yes,
it
is. Yeah, anybody that follows rodeo knows how important those guys are.
That's right.
So, see, they're just going along there nice right now. So, this is their first lap, so they'll kind of pick it up a little bit on the end, probably. And the Pacers are, not that they're quicker to advance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The one Anthony's got is pretty big. It's a big goal. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think Wallner was a good size, right? And Mr. Muscle Man, when you go back a few generations there, he was a giant of a horse, big horse too, right? You know, there's an old saying, there's only one bad thing about a nice little horse. He has to race against a nice big horse. He has to race against a nice big horse. Yeah, you wouldn't take me to a foot race.
Ain't it?
Here they go. So Anthony's on front. James is behind him, and then you got Amy. Is that Amy third along the rail?
No, I don't think. I thought Amy was wearing pink.
Yeah, I thought she was
maybe
too.
she changed her coat.
Yeah.
I don't know where she is.
Yeah, the white.
Okay, Amy could have fooled us and got a different coat.
Yeah, well, I think that's Johnny Mack. I think driving the horse, the third one. He might be going with the one. He might have been going with the one. We're going to
stick to the program then.
Amy was.
Blue is Hill of. Amy's blue then, Hill of Magic.
Yeah, yeah.
That's her on the inside. If this is true.
He looks good too. Here comes a pacer now. Can't get the color, but.
Just Twin B. It's red now. I can't see that one either.
See how? Yeah. The red is. Here we go. Get a better view of them now. This is Anthony's on the front. This is a nice call day. Nice big fella. Yeah, and the black. That was Mario, but I don't think that's Mario, is it?
No, I don't think so. It could be.
Could be. He's got a red helmet on. That's his colors.
Yeah, is that Mario's helmet? Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, it is. That's him sitting there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoop, 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 Mario, whoop, whoop.
This is Amy Hill of Magic coming now. If it's Amy, that's not Amy.
Coming on the outside there with the blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a trotter, yeah. Yeah, boy, I think trot's good too, eh? Yeah, that's the What a Hill colt, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus, he can trot too.
Yeah, he's reaching out pretty good, eh?
Yeah. That's What the Hell.
That's Johnny. I think that's John McKinnon driving that one. I think. Whoop. There goes Anthony.
Yeah.
See, the further they go, like they're going a distance, and they get bored, they get a little tired, they kind of lose their concentration, but they go a little further all the time. Pretty soon you can take them all the way to church and back, right? Without them running.
Okay.
Would you say that's green on the outside?
Oh, that might be Amy on the inside. She's wearing another coat over her jacket. She's got a pink hood. Would that be her?
Could be. That was that one that was coming on the outside, and Anthony made a break. No. He's coming back on here again. Whoop.
Yeah.
Made another break. Yeah. So that's the black on the front. That was
black.
Anthony.
Is
Well,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Curtis.
this is a pacer. This one here.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who this is. It's got to be Twin Bee Heaven.
That's Luck of the Dragon.
Or Luck of the Dragon.
No, Luck of the Dragon. This is that's Mario, right?
Yeah. Looks like Mario's colors. Who's this coming flying at the end?
That's Anthony, I think, again,
That's
isn't it?
3-point blue chip. Yeah, yeah, it is.
I think so, yeah.
3-point blue chip.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Should have saddlecloth.
Yeah, that's Anthony's colors, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, he made a little break, and then he made another break, but then he comes right back and does it all over again, right? That's good for them to do that also, to make breaks. The most dangerous one of those pacers, the ones that don't make breaks, and you get them in a race, they never made one in their life, and they make one. They don't know how to run with the hobbles on, right? Yeah. Okay.
Hi, I'm Harry Fulton, and this is Can't Muscle Me. We'd just like to wish all our clients a happy holiday and a happy new year.
Allô, mon nom est Nelly, c'est Capistrano. Nous voulons vous souhaiter à tous les clients de The Stable un joyeux Noël et une très bonne année.
Hi, I'm Cindy Acton, and this is Fox Valley Britska. We work for thestable.ca, and I would like to wish all of our clients a wonderful holiday season and a happy new year. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jason McGinnis, and this is Yes. We're just wishing. Hi, this is Jason McGinnis. No. Hi, I'm Jason McGinnis, and this is Yes. We're just wishing. 2, 1. Hi, I'm Jason McGinnis, and this is Yes. And we're wanting to wish all our clients a very happy holiday season and a happy new year.
Hey everyone, I'm here with our Ohio-bred yearling filly, Sweet on Pete, and we're wishing a happy holiday and a safe new year, and hopefully we can see you out at the tracks next year. Take care.
Hi, I'm Ollie, and this is Glancy. We want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas.
The Raceway and Western Fair District will be spreading some added holiday cheer this season. On Sunday, December 20th, 8 of the province's top drivers will descend on London's half-mile oval in a head-to-head showdown, all in support of Toys for Tots. 4 of London's best and 4 of the best from Woodbine Mohawk Park will battle it out. But in the spirit of the season, all driving fees will go to support children in need. The first ever Drivers Holiday Challenge Sunday, December 20th on COSA TV. Visit westernfairdistrict.com for details.
Own a little and love it a lot. Thestable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. Thestable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
All right, continuing on here this morning, now into the afternoon, just about 1:30 here in Guelph, where I am, and down the road in Campbellville at the training center is Anthony McDonald. And Anthony, we're through 6 sets now. In that last set, I know we really wanted to focus in and watch closely on 3-point blue chip. Couple miscues along the way, but the body language sure looked good early on. Maybe just to explain probably where those miscues would have come from. He quickly got back on stride.
Yeah, that was afterwards, and Mario was going through the inside of me. He just got a little startled and rolled off stride, but he's come a long way. This is a big heavy colt for him to do what he can do right now on a half-mile track. You know, aside from any unforeseen injuries, I think it's going to be smooth sailing from here on in. He's smart, he does it right, and he's eager to do more, which is just everything you want to see in a good horse. And he's just a pleasure to be around, to be honest.
You mentioned about the size of the track, and when you maybe have a big horse, you know they're going to perform a little better when you get them on the bigger track. But for now, this is where you have to train them and get them ready. So does that change the tactics that you have to use with them along the way?
I think, we change how we do things. We change as we go along, right? And when it comes to this half-mile track, it's a good half-mile track. It stays pretty good throughout the winter. We are in Canada. There is snow. But at the same time, all our horses are usually ready to go when they're supposed to be ready to go. So when it comes to, this particular half-mile track or racing like this, we'll leave the racing to the racetracks we have to go to. This guy, I think, is only going to excel when he leaves here, and then his staking, obviously, hopefully it'd be great if he was a Grand Circuit colt, but his staking is in New Jersey. So lots of big racing there ahead for him. And, if we wanted to, there is a smaller track there also. So, lots of options for this guy, and I've been very happy with him from the start, as I said.
One question that we had a viewer pose to us was, you have trotters and pacers going together. It's early on in the process, obviously, but just explain why that is the case right now.
Well, we had one full set of pacers, and then we had some other horses I had scattered about in the mix. I mean, when they're all going in 250, it really doesn't matter, trotter or pacer. It's not going to matter at the end of the day. And we'll train those horses down mixed as we did in previous years, all the way down. What they're doing, the mechanics of what they're doing, what we're asking them to do, and the hurdles that we need to see them pass along the way. It doesn't really matter if they're in with trotters or they're in with pacers. It obviously will later on, but that's much later on. And, just teaching them the fundamentals. Just teaching them the fundamentals of racing. It really doesn't matter at this point if there's pacers or trotters.
All right, so we're going into set number 7 now. One I'll ask you about right off the bat is a filly by the name of Garden State Deo. She's a daughter of Twixt and comes from a real nice family. Brigham Dream's the second dam. She was a fantastic mare, and Cries Dream's also in the family. What are we seeing right now with Garden State Deo to this point?
So Garden State Dio is also a full sister to a filly we campaign named Spirit of Dio. She won the stake race in Indiana at the end of the year. She was for the money she made, she was probably one of the better horses we've ever had to not make a ton of money. She's only got $70,000 or $80,000 made right now. But man, oh man, she can really trot. Her last start of the year, I think she trotted in 53, maybe 53 flat last quarter and 27 and a piece in Indiana. She won a number of races this year and really didn't and doesn't get the credit she deserves, but we'll bring her back as a 4-year-old. She's a really good filly. Well, mare soon. This is her 2-year-old sister, and man, she's just a big powerhouse. Her sister, Spirit of Dio, wore the hobbles and actually wore them kind of snug her whole life. This filly hasn't had the hobbles on yet, and you might see her roll off in the corners because she's a big filly, but certainly no concerns at this point from her. She's done everything just perfect to this point.
The one you're going to sit behind is Harlan L, and this here is a gelded son of Cantab Hall. There are shares still available. What are we looking for here from Harlan L?
Harlan L is every year we got an underdog we all cheer for. Harlan L looks like he's going to brush his knees. Runs in, makes the odd break, but he does got some pop to him when he's doing it. So he's a horse I'm going to watch and see if he can excel and become the horse we want him to. But it's going to be a long process. I think you'll see him look okay today. I just want to see him do his work and do it well. But he's okay. He's as I said, another one of those horses that we talk about, the meat and potatoes horse, and he's one of them for sure.
All right, so we'll let you get back to it. Set number 7 coming up next, and then 1 to go after that. So we'll let you get to it, and we'll talk in a little bit.
Thanks.
All right. So set number 7 is coming up next here as we continue on this morning and into the afternoon with the thestable.ca virtual open house. We've been giving away lots of prizes today. Congratulations to all the winners. Thanks to our sponsors as well and those that donated those great gifts. Make sure to keep those comments coming along. And I believe we do have a big prize winner to announce in a moment. So stick around for that.
Rick Vive joins us now at the thestable.ca's virtual open house. Rick, thank you for joining us today.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's great to be on here with you guys.
Now, before we get into horse racing, let's talk about an accomplishment you've had this year. 2020 has been a crazy year for everyone, but you've published a book called Catch-22: My Battles in Hockey and Life. What was that process for writing the book, and was it difficult for you?
It wasn't really that difficult. It was a situation where, I'd been asked about writing books before, and I just said, no, I'm not ready to do it. And the only guy I'm going to write it with is Scotty Morrison, who I did. And I just got to a point in my life where I was comfortable, and I had our first grandchild, a grandson, 16 months ago, and everything was kind of nice, and we were feeling good. And I just decided, I want to do it. And so I reached out to Scotty, and we met with the publishing house and Penguin Random Publishing House, and away we went. And it took from October until the end of April before it was completely finished.
It's quite an accomplishment, and congratulations on completing that, and especially to your family as well with adding that new addition of your grandson.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's they named him Hunter Richard Vive with my middle name in there, or my first name as his middle name, which was quite nice. And it was pretty cool. And he's a handful right now. 16 months. He's running around and pretty cool.
And we're all about family here at the stable. As you know, it's one big family with a fractional ownership group. You've been a part of the thestable.ca now for 2 years. What have you enjoyed about your experience?
Well, I think just the fact that, watching the young horse grow up and then eventually start racing and stake races and stuff like that. I love going out there many times, and I love jogging horses. And you know what? It's a great day when you get out there and you get to do all that stuff. It's a lot of fun. And I got that from my days back in PEI in Charlottetown, where I jogged a couple of horses one time, and it was pretty cool. It felt great. So anytime I can get out there and do that, it makes for a good day for me anyway.
Now, it's been a little while since you've sat behind a horse, but like you said, you got the opportunity to do that not too long ago at the barn with Anthony. What was it like being back in the bike behind a horse?
It was pretty cool. There was a couple of times where I looked down and realized that the ground was going by me pretty quickly. I thought, ooh, that's pretty scary. I don't know if I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I could do it in a race, with horses right beside you and everything and going at full speed. I'm not sure I could do that. It takes a lot of, I don't know what it is, perseverance and smarts to do that. And I give a lot of, kudos to the guys that go out and drive in actual races.
Absolutely. It's something that I think, just like hockey from your background, it gets in you, in your system, and it's kind of always there, and you never really go too far away from the industry. But it's great that you're able to go out to the barn and jog a horse, and it's definitely an adrenaline rush when you've got the reins in your hands and you've got control of such a big animal.
It really is, and you're looking at it, this big, powerful horse in front of you, and you're thinking, "Holy cow!" And you're the best. And then the odd time I give it a little thing and get him going a little bit quicker, and then I looked down, and I went, "Oh no, okay, slow down." But you know what? It takes a lot of skill and a lot of. It's just like hockey, visualization. I mean, you got to visualize what's in front of you and what's around you. I would imagine, and yeah, I mean, I don't know if I could do it, but it's amazing watching these guys maneuver those big, powerful horses in and out and around, and like, wow, I just don't think I could do that.
Yeah, like anything, the professionals make it look easy, and we're lucky to be able to watch and enjoy it from our side, I think.
Yeah, I like to watch and enjoy rather than get on there and do that, because, like I said, I guess if I grew up doing that and so on, I'd probably be comfortable doing it, just like playing hockey. But obviously, I didn't, and boy, oh boy, I tell you, I don't know if I could.
Now, what is the biggest thing that has surprised you about being involved in the harness racing industry?
Really, nothing really. I mean, other than the only thing that surprised me, I guess, is how much work goes in to prepare, not only preparing the horses for actual racing, but just the day-to-day care and everything that has to be done on a daily basis. It's not like you put them in the stall and leave them there for a week and forget about them. I mean, there's something to do with those horses every single day, and for hours. And that was the big thing that kind of caught my eye, was the fact that how much work goes into taking care of the horses, and then eventually starting them out and getting them prepared to race. And to me, that's like, wow, like that's pretty incredible that the people have the patience and whatnot to go out and take care of those wonderful animals every single day.
Yeah, for sure. It takes an absolutely wonderful, amazing team to have a successful harness horse, and it takes a lot of work. Like you said, you can't just leave them and worry about it tomorrow like some of our other opportunities at work we can. These are animals, and they do have to be taken care of every day in the sunshine and right now in the cold too.
Yeah, it's better in the sunshine, mind you, but I guess you dress warm and you get out there, and I mean, you have to do it. That's the thing, and you have to keep these wonderful creatures running and getting going every day. And yeah, I think it's incredible, and it's I guess it's no different than a hockey team. I mean, you got to build things from the beginning up, and you train every day, and you practice every day, and this is no different. So, but a big shout out to the people that do that, because Yeah, it's wonderful when later on you see that horse maybe winning stake races and so on, but a lot of them don't win a lot of races, and so it's one of those things you got to have a lot of patience as well.
Yeah, just like any sport, there's ups and downs, and have to be able to be, level-headed through all of those emotions that happen.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's not easy. I mean, even playing hockey and getting to the National Hockey League is not a simple thing. And then once you do get there, then you got to stay there. So every single day you have to prepare, like it could be your last game or your last season or what have you. And I know it's no different in the harness racing business as well.
And we've had a lot of hockey players or former NHL players or current NHL players be involved in harness racing. So it's nice to see that involvement still happening in such a tough year as 2020. But before we wrap up, what has been one of your best or worst Christmas presents? As we're getting to that season, it's just a couple of weeks away.
Yeah, it's getting here pretty quickly. And boy, I tell you, that's a tough one. I think my best one was when I was 12 years old, and in Charlottetown, there's a sporting goods store. Well, there's probably only one. There might be more than one now, but at that time there was one downtown Charlottetown, and I used to walk by the window all the time, and I saw these unbelievable leather hockey gloves, and they looked like something that the NHL players would wear, and I thought, wow, would I ever love to have those? Those look so cool, and I never told anybody, but I don't know how my parents found out somehow. And that Christmas, when I was 12 years old, I opened up a box, and there they were, and it was like, wow, like this is incredible. And I don't think I've ever gotten any gifts that I didn't like or that I would say was kind of funny or crazy or anything.
It's a special moment on Christmas morning, especially as your grandson gets older and starts to enjoy Christmas a bit more. You'll have many of those special moments as a family once again. Before we go, we do have a special announcement, and it does have to do with You Gotta Be Leaf, which you are fractional ownership part of with Doug Gilmore and Shane Corson. And I'll pass it over to you for this announcement here.
Yeah, we're going to be giving away 1% of You Gotta Believe and today, and congratulations to the winner, and hope to see them out there when the time is right for us here, and be able to meet people and other owners again. I really enjoyed it the last time I was there at the open house, and it was a lot of fun, and I got to meet some real nice people, and I'm looking forward to it. So, congratulations to the winner.
Congratulations once again to our winner. Hopefully we'll be able to meet them in the winner's circle one day coming up next summer. But Rick, thank you for joining us here at our virtual open house.
It's my pleasure. Glad to be here.
We're open. We're all set to go. Okay, who's the green horse? The green horse is the Loving Bee, Mario Belageron. Set 7.
Got the red, that's Johnny McKinnon on front, I'd say. The blue and the 2-hole, that's Anthony. The horse on the outside, the black one is James. Is Danny O'Brien. And the yellow, if there is a yellow.
Yeah, there's a yellow. I saw him.
So, that's
he's there.
Daryl.
He got to be the trailer.
The Daryl the bullfighter.
Daryl the bullfighter. She get Sid the Kid? Yeah, he does. Sid the Kid, that's the first time Sid has ever been lost, is it? Sidney Crosby? That's who just named after, no doubt. Not a bad guy to be named after. Down in Nova Scotia boy. He comes over to PEI quite a bit. Oh, okay. There we go. Sid is out. I was seeing things, I guess. I knew it was too good to be true to have Sidney Crosby last. So he scratched, and we got Anthony now going to the front with Harlan L.
Yeah.
By the way, this is another good-looking trotter. That's Cantab Hall. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty steady, Cantabs, right?
Yeah, pretty good year this year. When you look at some of the 2-year-olds, Jed on a streak and Maserati and Lady Chaos. It's just a terrific year. And this trotter, he looks good. He's got some size to him, too. Are they all big, these ones, Billy? I wonder.
Cantabs, well, they're good size, I think. He was kind of a tall horse. I don't remember if he was too bulky, but a tall horse. Good horse, very good horse. Here comes now. This is Anthony with this is the one Harlan L. said he might brush his knees a little bit. Well, one thing about a trotter brushing their knees, they're not going to hit their hind shin. So, one outweighs the other, I think, right?
Okay. Where is this?
Here's Danny coming with this Garden State deal. He's trotting good too, right?
Yeah, I tell you that Spirited Deo, it could absolutely fly. So it'll be interesting to see. This is another one that we're taking a chance on and taking a look. See, of course, as we spoke about him, he makes a break. Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah.
But anyways,
there she goes. She's
quite a
right
crew.
back. She's pretty athletic. She caught right back in the trot and got right in behind Anthony. And this is where now today, like you got the track it's dry and the dust flying, and that's something new to them too. Following dust hitting them in the face, rocks hitting them in the face, and they're taking it pretty darn good, I'd say. Very good. I think Anthony's destined for a good year, I would say, with all, especially with the bloodlines you get. This running and skiving and diving, that's part of training trotters. I was just making a note there on how many there was, if I can find it. There was 46 horses listed to go today. Not that all of them went, but there was 32 trotters and 14 pacers. Is that right?
Yeah, that would be about right. He usually has a lot more trotters than pacers.
Yeah.
But I'm like you, Billy. This is the best. This is the best group of pedigree-wise, the best group he's ever had. There's no ways about it. There's just so many of them with so many deep families, second and third dams with tons of money in the books. So we just hope for a little. The old story. Hope for a little luck.
Yeah, it'll show up. Pedigrees show up. Yeah, the pedigrees, you can't beat pedigrees. Breeding will beat conformation anytime. I think, anyway.
I agree 100%.
That's my opinion, but my opinion, my best thinking got me sitting right here, Fred. So.
Yeah, but don't forget you're volunteering, though. It's. I got you 2 balls of fame.
I like that.
Made you millions.
I like this one. Anthony, like you said, he's a ham and egg, right? He's just a meat and potato guy, right?
Meat, yeah.
An old guy that when I was a kid, he worked for Ronnie Fagan. This old guy that worked for us there, he fell down, broke his wrist raising a harness bag, and so me and Jerry Hughes had to do his horses for him. There was 3 of us, but there ended up being 2 of us with the 9 horses. And he goes, you guys can do it. You're just a pair of ham and eggers anyway. He says. So I don't know what that meant, but anyway. Yeah, you can help me, a pair of ham and eggers.
Meant you weren't going to ever be in the Hall of Fame anywhere. That's what it meant. Well, you proved him wrong, didn't you?
I guess if that's what he meant, yeah. I guess if that's what he meant.
That's what he meant.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere. You're basically not going anywhere.
Yeah, right.
You're not going anywhere anyway. It's just a ham and egger. Yeah. Yeah. This one on the front here, that's
I don't know where
John.
Anthony went on.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, he's way up
John.
front. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a red one.
That's the old ham and egger. Yeah, they're all done.
Ham and egger. You got to watch out for them ham and eggers.
Yeah.
That's what Muhammad Ali said a couple of times when he's fighting. He's just fighting. He's just a ham and egger. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe that's where old John got it from, right?
Yeah, maybe. You got to be careful of those guys. It's like the old guy down here. There's an old guy down here who used to write for the papers, and he was a boxing fanatic. His name was Wilf McCloskey. I asked him one day about a local fighter over here, and he said, "No." He said he'll never be any good, Freddie. He eats too much leather.
Yeah, that's right.
he eats too much leather. I said, what do you call it?
Yeah.
You figure it out after a while. That's like ham and egger. If you're going to be ham and egger while you're eating too much leather, they're all in the same boat. Not destined for anywhere.
Suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
That's like this horse. He's a meat. Now they changed it. Now he's a meat and potato horse, right?
Yeah.
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 Those you need those kind around to pay for ones that aren't even that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Meat and potatoes guy. That's that little filly he had last year. Meat and potatoes. She ended up being the best he had. One of the best ones. She was a really good trotter at Tipsy, or I think it was Tipsy and Gypsy. Anyways, we've got one set left. This is going to be interesting.
I noticed here that Anthony's had some luck in Delaware this year too, right? With he won one of the finals down there. I don't see any Delaware horses here though. I don't know if there was that many offered for public auction or not, but
yeah, he
there's
had
not
one
many
that
trotters.
It went for
100,000.
Yeah, it was. I watched the race on TV. They went for 100,000 and he went easy. There was about 6 or 7 in it. He went in 59-4, but they were spread out pretty good in 59-4.
Yeah.
And not knocking Delaware, but I wouldn't want to take that group of 2-year-olds and taking them to Pennsylvania, for example. Pretty tough racing in Pennsylvania with all them good trotters.
Yeah.
The Raceway and Western Fair District will be spreading some added holiday cheer this season. On Sunday, December 20th, 8 of the province's top drivers will descend on London's half-mile oval in a head-to-head showdown, all in support of Toys for Tots. 4 of London's best and 4 of the best from Woodbine Mohawk Park will battle it out. But in the spirit of the season, all driving fees will go to support children in need. The first ever Drivers Holiday Challenge at the Raceway, Sunday, December 20th on COSA TV. Visit westernfairdistrict.com.
Reach the people you have to reach by advertising in Harness Racing Update, the sport's most comprehensive and timely news source. HRU provides the best bang for your advertising dollars because we reach and engage your potential customers anywhere in the world. Not only has HRU grown its subscriber base by nearly 30% in just 3 years, but our open and click rates far exceed industry averages, which tells us that readers are engaged with the digital publication and how they receive it. Plus, your ad support helps us keep HRU free to subscribers. Find out more today by visiting harnessracingupdate.com and clicking on the advertising link at the top of the page.
All right, we're almost towards the end of the day now for the thestable.ca Open House Virtual Edition here for 2020. 7 sets down, 1 to go. And in that last set, if you were with us, you heard the comments from Anthony McDonald. We were talking about the group that was coming out. I asked about Harlan L., who he's the underdog and the one that being cheered on hard by thestable.ca. And he showed real well today, didn't he, Anthony?
He looked well. You know, he looks better as long as he keeps getting stronger in his shoulders. So we'll be able to keep him out of his knees. But he was good. He was good today. He was real good today. You know, a lot of the horses in that set are running. Garden State Dio is probably broken. She was our last horse we broke in, I believe. And she looked good today. Danny said as soon as she saw anybody's whip or she was looking at horses, she rolled off. But when she rolled up alongside me the first time, man, she got a beautiful gait. You know, I don't want to compare her and her sister, but just both of them are just strong horses. So she's got the same kind of work ethic and great attitude that her sister has. So hopefully she'll do even better things than her sister's done so far. But yeah, Harlan L., I was happy with him. I was happy with most of the whole set. Massive Prophet has been training really well. Johnny said he did his work well and finished up well. Mario said Loving Beauty might need a head pull in the lap she was running in. It sounded like she made a break or something in the mile. But for the most part, they're good. Heading out with the last set now. We have 2 scratches in here. Grace, who we had fluoroscope last week, ended up with OCDs in her hocks. We had them removed 2 days ago, so she's not in here. And $1 Million Swan, we had castrated. He's not in here either. So we have Renegade Gypsy, who's an Ontario-bred trotter by Archangel. We have Stonebridge Hakati, who is a Cadabra, Ontario sire trotting colt. We also have Rosie's Masterpiece, another Ontario horse. She's by Muscle Mass. Twinkle in Her Eye is a Better's Delight filly out of a sister to Courtly Choice. And Duke Dio, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe Duke Dio is a Trixton out of a sister to Donato Hanover, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. So lots to look forward to here in this final set. So we'll let you get to it.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll catch up with Anthony following the final set to put a wrap on today. As we mentioned, we got just one more group to go, and they'll head out to the track in just a moment. Thanks again for tuning in all day long, whether you've joined us for bits and pieces or you've been with us from the start. We hope you've been enjoying the coverage. It's been a lot of fun, and once again, we wish you the happiest holiday seasons during this unprecedented time. And again, future looks very bright for the thestable.ca. We've seen a lot of nice youngsters to this point, and we got one group to go. So we'll get to that group in just a moment, but a little bit of housekeeping before we do get to that.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
Finale, I guess, eh? Another bunch of good pedigrees here. Really good. I think Anthony, you know, when he was shopping there this year, and he did his homework for sure, but with this year being the pandemic year, the sales went, I think they said they went pretty good, and a lot of people were happy, but that was for the high-end stuff. I think this type of colts that he's bought in fillies here, trotters and pacers, that's the middle of the road stuff. I think he bought them very cheap by the looks of, you know, all the shares, what they're worth and these things. I think he did a good job. And he was out there doing it, right? So
Yeah, I think I would have to agree with you, Billy. This is the best group he's ever had of pacers and trotters, especially trotters. No two ways about it. I mean, a lot of these were good buys. It's just by the look of the share prices, exactly.
Well, you know, like you said, when you go buy a horse, you have a price in your head, right? When you're looking at a horse, and most times you go over anyway. Very seldom do you ever buy them cheaper than you thought you would have to give for them. But I bet you if truth be known, he bought a lot of these things under what he had marked in his book that he'd like to give for them, likely.
I would agree with you that statement 100%.
Yeah. And probably was surprised he got a few of them too, right? With the breeding.
Well,
it's a remarkable upgrade.
Yeah, 2 or 3 of them in there were touted to be the top 10 selling on that particular day, the first or second day. So when you can get one of those for what they paid them for them, you got to steal. There's no two ways about it. And it improved it summer, I think, and I hope for his sake it does. And for the shareholders, that's for sure. This is an interesting group here.
Give you a much better chance, right? I mean, of having a good one. I mean, you know, that the Plunge Blue Chip brother. I mean, if he hits, I mean, there could be a stallion prospect too, right? And that's the goal. I mean, that's the end goal. That's where you can make the big score, right? If you could happen to sell one for a stallion, syndicate him or something.
Yeah. Like our old buddy did. What's Greg Peck? Didn't he? Brad got a bunch of shares in that horse?
Sure he did,
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. I mean, the
Casey
trainer gets taken care of. Oh, Casey, she owned most of hers herself, right? And Brent McGrath, right? They
I see Brent McGrath
Brent told me
one.
he was just
raced. Keep going. He raced one the other night.
You know,
Paul McDonnell raced one the other night to win easy. It's only a likely race 2 or 3-year-old. It went off by itself the other night. It's Schooner 3 Stabler, Schooner 2. Hello, look at this set here. I'm looking at Duke Deo. It's your old buddy, the bullfighter. Daryl's in this one. He's driving Duke Deo.
See, he probably got more experience driving trotters today than he did the whole time he was in the business till he moved to Ontario, likely. He's gone with 4 or 5.
I think Anthony heard your commentary and decided to all of a sudden make these driver changes to the bullfighter or the clown. I said the clown. I'm not knocking him. He saves lives, so it's good for Daryl.
Yeah.
I'll be watching him from here on in to see how he does. All right.
No, he's been doing good.
He's
been doing well.
Now, do we see him, Billy? He races at Flamborough Western Fair. Is that where he races?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Pretty much. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to keep a closer eye on him and see how he does. Now we got a Cadabra in here too. I see a Cadabra out of a pretty darn good family. Man of many missions. Can you imagine? This is a Cadabra brother to Man of many missions. Wow, who's on this one? Danny O'Brien, is it? Yeah, Danny O'Brien. Stonebridge, whatever it is. Rosie's masterpiece, muscle mass. Look at this. Wow. Riveting Rosie.
Well, it's a great mare up here. She raced here. John Bax raced her here. She was a great mare around here, boy. She made a lot of money. And
2-year-old trotting filly of the year. Yeah, she cleaned up here.
Oh yeah. Good mare. Yeah. These are muscle mass. This is a muscle mass filly, and a good filly family, right? You got a good mama, so.
Yep.
Yep.
Look at this: 9 falls, 8 winners, including riveting Rosie. Keep going.
I like horses born in April, May. I think, just my opinion, that some of them are a little late May, but they catch up. I mean, they're just like a kid that's 6-7 months younger than playing athletes, right? Playing athletics, they all seem to catch up at the end. But they're born in May when the grass is good and they can get out and nibble away at the grass and get what they need out of it. The limestone stuff, where grass is growing in limestone and stuff, right? So I kind of like a horse born April, May.
Yeah, especially in this country. You have one born in March or April. There might be a snowbank outside for 2 weeks. They're going to be for 2 months. They're going to be stuck inside for a while. I mean, they all get out, but I'd rather see them out on the grass and roll them with the sun in their. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes for
Twink.
You know, a quicker growing horse. They're on the track here now, aren't they? Or are we just seeing? I'm seeing stars. You saw
Billy,
yellow before. I'm seeing stars now.
Yeah, I saw yellow. Twinkle in her eye. This is a Better's Delight, Billy. Out of a look at this now, will you? It's out of a sister to Better Than Cheddar, Lady Ashley Ann and Courtly Choice.
Oh,
because there's another one in Ontario also, Better's Delight. Could be anything.
2 jug winners, right? 2 jug winners in that family. Yeah.
This is a filly. Wow. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on her. Who's got her Better's Delight? Who's got her in her twinkle in her eye is Mario. Mario's got her. She's a Mario's crown. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Duke Deo's a Trixton. I like Trixton, Billy. I really do. He had a good year last year. He had 4. I'm looking at his 2-year-old. Just a quick glance. I think he had $400,000 or $500,000 winners, but he's been a good sire. Did you somebody say Anthony's moving to Ontario? Yeah, but I think he's moving to Ontario. Is that what Anthony said?
Yeah. Yeah,
wow.
He's here, yeah. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's another Muscle Hill. You can't go wrong. You got a Muscle Hill, who knows what's going to happen. You could end up with a world champion. So anyway, you just look at the family.
Lots of Muscle Hills here.
Out of a sister to Donato Hanover. Yeah, that Resolve, the one we saw earlier. Another Muscle Hill.
Yeah, I think he was the first one here. And since then, there must be 7 or 8 or even more Muscle Hill stallions now in Ontario, right? So they'll slide something else up here too. So you got the Cadabras. I'm sure they crossed with those, right? And the Muscle Masses.
Oh, Cadabra.
Muscle Yankee,
Can you imagine a big Cadabra mares crossing over with this horse? Any of them?
Yeah. Yeah. And then like this Stonebridge Hecate there, Cadabra out of a Garland Lobel mare. You know, that's how can you get any better breeding than that, right?
You can't lose. Well, you can lose, but you got luck on your side. The chances of hitting the stakes performer or getting them to the track and making money in the stakes are way up when you see those deep pedigrees with second and third dams with millions of dollars on them. I mean, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Twinkle in her eye. This is a good look at the size of that thing, will you? Twinkle in her eye. It's built like a Sherman tank.
Right.
Trickster.
Have you got all I got is Duke Dio, just a picture of him, right? Yeah, they're just showing us the Trickster now. Yeah, that's a New Jersey. He's a New Jersey sire. Yeah. But his first year would be this coming season up here, right? That's a nice big horse there too.
The 2-year.
He was pretty impressive up here when he won that. So this is short field, right? There's just 4 in here, right?
There should be 5.
5? Yeah.
Yeah, there's 5 in there.
There was 2
scratches.
Oh,
This is 5.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There
5. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Red is James.
Duke
He's down on the rail.
Okay.
Renegade. And then Danny O'Brien's got the blue. Mario's back here with the pacer.
Okay, and Duke Deo is your man.
Get him set here in a second. Yeah, Daryl's got the black number pad on, right?
That's Daryl. Okay, and where's he at? He's in the middle there now.
Anthony's got the.
Anthony's outside of him.
And Anthony's. Yeah.
Rosie's masterpiece.
And the blue is Danny. He's way on the outside, the 4. So they're just kind of getting underway here now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. See, they see their head going one way or another. Oh yeah, for sure. they get taking a hold of them, and their mouth is still tender and stuff, and they get turning their head one way or another, and they forget what they're doing. They start on a gallop, right? So it's the quieter you can sit there with them, and the better off you are. But sometimes you're going too slow. It's not good enough, right? They get galloping because you've got too much hold of them, right? They fight you a little bit. Pretty well posed, the whole four of them there, right? Young trotters like that, and the pacer in the back.
It must be a big difference between having horses going there, as I mentioned before, in groups of 4, 5, and 6, where they're inside and the horse outside in traffic versus training by yourself. I've never been a fan of training by yourself, but I guess what are you going to do? You see a lot of them want to train by themselves in the morning, but I always thought that, if I'm out running or jogging somewhere, I want to have some company with me to keep me interested.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And this way they get used to all that stuff, the movement, the dirt hitting them in the face. Like Anthony said, I think Danny said, the movement of the whip, that one was afraid of that and jumped sideways and stuff. The next time she won't even look at that, right? So, once you show them something, you can have a bale of hay on the side of the racetrack, and the first time they see it, they'll jump sideways. They'll go by it 20 times. You move that bale of hay 2 feet, and they'll jump away from it again. They're just they're great for remembering stuff like that. Horses, good or bad.
Okay.
This blue, the one in the blue here, the one Danny got, that one looks pretty good, eh?
Yeah, that's that ones you and I were talking about, that Stonebridge horse.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a cadaver out of the big time family. It's a cadaver brother to Man of Many Missions. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
It's another one that who knows, could be anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, I think he's something back there in the leap. See that?
And that's another one.
That's James back
Anthony
there.
Also, Anthony be deducting his pay for this, if that's the case. I was just looking at that Man of Many Missions. It's also Anthony has that horse called Stonebridge Simba. I think Tim Twaddle had down at the Meadows. It's been a pretty good racehorse for them. I think I know he's won 5 or 6 this year with him for Tim Twaddle, and he's done a great job with the ones that Anthony sent down there. That's for sure. You must have raced against him some, did you, Billy? Twaddle?
Oh, sure. Yeah, he worked for John. Yeah. I'd come up a little bit to race, like in the fall or something. But no, Tim. He worked for John Burns, and he drove a lot of all the Pernsy's horses there for a long time. Did a great job.
Really?
He got in 3 or 4 terrible bad accidents. Tim, he's got smashed up pretty good in races over the years, right? But but he does a pretty good job. There's Anthony here. He's whipping right wrong there now with this fella. Rosie's Masterpiece. Rosie's Riveted.
Yeah, what's his name?
Colt, right?
He did a great job, Tim Twaddle, with the ones. They sent about 6 or 8 down there. They've all done very well. They've all raced good, and they all they're all raced terrific for him. So I think he's got maybe
still
6
down
or 8 down there right now with Anthony.
Yeah, I think so. The one won the other day, I think, right? I saw last week that one of them won. This Rivet and Rosie trotter. This thing can trot, eh? Woo. Here's a real deal, this one. Rosie's Masterpiece. That's the brother.
Yeah, that's it.
Or is that out of Rivet and Rosie?
That's it. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Now here it is going around the last turn here. Geez, it just opened up on these things, right? This one's trotting along good, too. I mean, it's going to 240 shot probably, right?
Jesus, all business is right. Went around that turn pretty slick, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this fella says, hey, this is quite a day. I get a chance to get out and see my buddies.
Yeah. Another one. This is the pacer Mario's got here. Twinkle.
Yeah, twinkle in her eye. That's the better to like.
Philly, yeah.
It is the same family as.
That one's got some, courtly choice, better cheddar.
Yeah.
This one's, Ashley's big guy. I mean, a great family. BJ Squall. There was all real good horses there for sure. And that one's got some residual value too as a broodmare, right?
Yep. You imagine now, Twinkle.
I don't know if he wants to be in the broodmare business, but somebody will.
Well, he's got a couple of broodmares, Anthony. A couple of trotters. He's got a Muscle Hill trotter that he bought 3 or 4 years ago that didn't make it, that he bred. So.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows where they'll end up? But you're exactly right. But for a breeder down here or a breeder anywhere looking for family with a deep family, what would be wrong with that? If it never raced, nothing.
Yeah. No, exactly. Oh, a lot of great broodmares never raced, right? They just have pedigree, right?
Jack.
People keep them and breed them, and they happen to hit the right cross with them, and away they go.
As you said, Billy, earlier in the show, the pedigrees will come out somewhere along the line, sooner or later.
Yeah.
Then when you buy a horse, you see it, it's got no winners, and it's 2 or 3 foals at the first dam and second dam, and all of a sudden, bang, a stakes winner. And you look at the third dam and the fourth dam, and you get loaded with money winners.
Yeah, and that's what you see here on these pedigrees here, more so than other years. You get, almost every one of them got $1 million winner on their page somewhere, right?
Yep.
It shows up. It'll show up. Yeah, on both trotters and pacers, right?
Well, I got no lobster for you this open house, Billy. You'll have to wait till the spring. We'll have to wait till May, and that's hopefully we'll get this thing over with.
Well, I don't think we had lobster this year. I think I bought some somewhere at the store long ago. I don't think we got any from home this year. Blaine usually comes up with some McKenna, and
yeah,
but he hasn't been up either for a long time. I don't think. Some
You
scallops.
got spoiled yeah, but Bill Spoiled action wasn't to go. He used to take them up on the truckload.
Who's that?
Taxi Dan.
Taxi
Dan McDonald.
Poor old Taxi was just about had it by the time I come up. Poor old guy. God, he was quite a taxi, wasn't he? Quite a taxi.
He was quite an operator.
Quite a guy.
Well, he'd be down in Fox. Hey, Billy, he was down in Foxborough when you were at High Trail.
Yeah, he was there, him and Jack Brown. He sold High Trail. They sold him. He raced on I think it was a Sunday we raced, or Saturday, whatever it was. He come over to the barn. He told Jimmy, he said, I sold High Trail. He goes, to who? He said, Tom Page. He goes, Jesus Christ, why didn't you tell me he was for sale? He said, I would have bought him from Milton, $20,000. So anyway, this is Monday morning. We take him over to Irvin Foster's barn. They jog him. They put him on the walker. He stepped on a cord and electrocuted himself. They never had him an hour, and he died.
You got to be kidding me.
But
no,
that's what happened to him. Yeah, what a nice little horse too, boy. What a good little horse.
Oh,
he was a dandy. Yeah, he had a couple other clunkers around there too, but he's the best one. All right, okay, Fred. Talk to you later. Have a good Christmas.
Thanks a million. Health and happiness.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Own a little and love it a lot. Thestable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. Thestable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
That does it. The final set now complete. We saw 8 sets in total go around at the training center this morning, and we got a good look at just under 50 rookies. The final set, though, we'll put a bow on that one before we kind of wrap up the entire day. We bring Anthony McDonald back into the mix. And Anthony, what did you make of that final group? I know it's easy to get fascinated on the one that is ahead and sort of leading the way, but what did we see in that final set?
You know, I hadn't seen the Gypsy colt in quite a while, and man, oh man, I didn't realize how big he is. He's a big, giant colt, and then Danny's colt just looked out of sorts when he was going around Daryl. It looked like he got shied away from his whip and just got out of sorts, and he lost him. But I was happy with Rosie's Masterpiece. Pretty hard not to be. She looked great, and then I didn't talk to Mario after about the Better's Delight filly. She seemed fine when she was starting out, and Duke Dio also. I didn't speak to Daryl, but again, I can only speak for the one that I went with for right now. I thought she looked fantastic, and I spoke to James a little bit pulling up about the Renegade Gypsy colt, and he liked him too. So Ontario breds, like I said, we focused a little bit earlier on the sets with the Ohio breds and how we spend a lot of time in Ohio in the summers, but at the same time, our Ontario breds look very, very well and well represented today, I thought. Overall, though, Mark, I appreciate the help that you and Billy and my father, everybody. This is a tough year for everyone, and for you guys to take the time out of your schedule on a Friday to help out, I really appreciate it. And for our clients, Curtis was telling me how many people are tuning in. For the people that watched, for the people that are out there, whether you're clients or thinking about becoming clients or past clients or whatnot, we appreciate it all. And I hope a day like today, a day like this, in a year like this, maybe brought a smile to some people's faces.
I think it did. I think it's pretty hard not to look ahead to the future and think that it could be pretty bright. We saw a lot of nice looking youngsters, and I know Fred and Bill were going on a lot about the quality of horses that they saw, and they've been a part of these open houses in the past. You have to be pretty excited about the coming season 2021.
Yeah, I mean, we're always trying to do more and do better, and every year I come on and say that I think we got a little bit better crop this year. I think this year, without a doubt, when you look at the pedigrees that we had, we were very fortunate to end up with the horses we had, and they showed up and looked really, really good today. So I was happy all day, happy with the way that everybody, all the horses worked out, and everybody that went with them, they just looked. Everything. Bill had said this at the start of what we were doing, but I am also always surprised how professional the horses look, and top to bottom, set in and set out, all the way through to the last ones. I was really impressed with what I saw today, and obviously I'm biased, but at the same time, happy, very happy with the way that the sale season for 2020 has turned out for sure.
All right, well, thanks again for everything this season. On a really good year. I think this virtual open house came across as good as it could. I mean, obviously it's an unprecedented time, but we're making do as best as we can, and all the best to you and your family in the holiday season.
Thanks very much, and hopefully we can get through this, and we'll be able to have live open houses very soon.
Yeah, looking forward to it. All right, Anthony McDonald, thestable.ca open house for 2020 is complete. As we mentioned, happy Christmas, happy New Year. We're going to get through this, and we can't wait to see you back, whether it's at the training center or the racetracks. We know that there's light at the end of the tunnel, and we're looking forward to getting back out and enjoying this wonderful sport. So, for Fred McDonald, Bill O'Donnell, Anthony McDonald, I am Mark McKelvey, wishing you happy holidays, and we'll see you at the racetrack soon.